the fence rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm running late. I know. I'm sorry. I'll be late for my own funeral. I've been told. 2 words. Puss and Peckerhead. Okay. Good morning, angels. I know, I've been watching you. I've been sitting here designing logos. I know. I was giggling. Good morning to everyone. Good morning and welcome. Yes. Hey, Christine. Good morning. Oh, one of my cats has just knocked something over. So, yes, like I said, nothing like flying by the seat of your pants and making up a stream as you go along. A couple of hours ago, whilst I was laying in bed with my daughter. So, what I'm planning to do, I was hoping, the reason I started this stream so late is so that hopefully I can stay awake long enough until the hearing is over in Key West and we have an answer. So in the meantime, I thought to myself, after yesterday and going through the merch stuff, I thought to myself, why don't I design some Franklin Tucker logos and stuff and add it to the merch store, and then just whatever the sales are, donate the sales as a fundraiser. They're my designs, so no one can say I copyrighted them. So, yeah. And then I thought, well, we can design one together. I've come up with a few little ones, but and some slogans. So, yeah, I thought, well, we can choose what we want, whether we want to put it on a T-shirt or a bag or a mug or whatever. So it's going to be a, what do you call it? Interactive stream. So, yeah, I just thought he's going to need some cash when he gets out. You know, what is annoying the crap out of me is that, and I don't get me wrong, I do not begrudge her any of the attention and help and assistance and support that she's getting, because she is innocent too, but there is no difference between Karen Reid's case and Tyrone Tucker's case, in my opinion. And as far as the media attention and the support that equivalates between the two, you know, she's not a nice, he's not a nice looking blonde chick, basically. And I just think that's unfair, because they're both innocent. So, yes, that's why. And no one has set up, I don't know how to set up a GoFundMe over there. I don't know all your banking stuff and all the rest of it. So I just thought, I know Ty has a PayPal account. and I have a PayPal account, and I will just keep doing like any sales that are done throughout from between now and the end of the year. I'll do like a weekly update or something, keep everyone up to date as to what has been sold, and then at the end of the month, I'll just put in his PayPal account. Simple. Done. Except I think they pay on the 15th of the month, but I'll sort that shit out. So, have a look at some of my inspirational logos, shall we? All right, so this is actually on my this is the merch store that we were on yesterday, but this is the actual, like, my part of it where I get to add the designs and choose the products and adjust all the pricing. So this one I did. I like this one. Hang on. So if I click on that. All right. So basically the logo says, let's do fireballs, they said. So you get to choose what you think that would look good on. And the other one, let's go back. The other one I like is this one. This one I thought was clever. Oh, why can't I see it big? Cut out sticker, make it bigger. There we go. Mass versus Key West, where a single letter makes all the difference. Read v. read. We get it? Anyone? No? Dust. No? Anyone? Read as in Karen versus read as in the read technique, the interrogation technique used on John Travis Johnson. I thought that was rather clever. Just toot my own horn. Why not? The other one I've got is Key West, more snow than Canada. Key West, where pro se is best. And then I just came up with some different logo designs that basically says free Franklin Tucker and then like hashtag FFT. So that type of thing. I can't zoom in on that, can I? No, I can't. Yeah. So I thought, yeah, maybe we could all, if you've got a particular slogan, let's brainstorm some ideas, and I will create a slogan. So I will start with my favourite, which is the Mass v Key West. All right, so these are all of the products that they're available in. Can you see that? Let me see if I can make this screen a bit bigger. Can we see that a little bit better? So there's different types of t-shirts. So it starts off with the men's stuff. So you can choose any of the different designs. Yeah, I thought, well, we could choose it together. So you can pick the items that you want to put in the collection. So you've got all different types of t-shirts, different styles. So the top section is pretty much your round necks. This one has the different coloured collar. This one has the stripes on the arms. This one has the American flags on the sleeves. This one has a contrasting colour as well. Some of them are fitted. This one's camo. You don't take any notice of the actual colours that they're in, because you can choose those colours when you order it. So all the colours that they come in are listed below. So I thought we'd pick like a couple of t-shirts, men's t-shirts, a hat, a mug, a tumbler, and whatever else we can. Some stickers. I thought we'd do some bumper stickers. You like the camo? All right, let's do the camo. There we go. That's in. So all right, we'll start with the. I won't go the premium because I think that's too expensive. I like that one. So let's go row number 2. They're all pretty much round necks. Do you want the stripy one or third row? Stripes. That one. Done. All right. Next row. We want anything from this row here? That's an Adidas. That's an Under Armour. That's an organic one. That's a Champion style. That's a Cooling Performance. And that's just unisex stars and stripes. So we want any from there, from that row? Oh, there's a full button jersey there. No? All right. So we've got the camo in the next row. Then what's that? All right. Which tank top out of these 4? So that one is, that's your standard. That's the, the tough, like boxing type sleeveless shirt. That's just a standard. And that's a basketball jersey, so it must be different fabric I'm tipping. Me pick one. All right, muscle shirt. Okay. Long sleeve. Do we want these are all round neck. Do we want a standard colour or one that has different colours on it? Or one of both? And then we go into the hoodies. The jersey. All right. There's the jersey. 2 colour. All right, that one. Then where is the jersey? Is this the? What am I missing? There's a jersey, a hoodie, same thing. All right. Do we want the 2 colour hoodie as well in the men's? Oh, it looks like they've got pockets in them too, like a front pocket. That one's a heavy blend zip. Maybe we should do a heavyweight and a lightweight one just to add some unisex heavyweight and a unisex lightweight. How's that? Right. Sweatshirts. They're all pretty much the same, really, aren't they? Oh no, some have collars, cups. It's a pullover. That's Sprint fleece, quarter zip. So that's got the zip at the neck. That's got a quarter zip. That's just a sweatshirt. These ones have a full zip up the front with a hood. We need one with a zip up the front, don't we? All right, so we'll pick one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 from this row. Oh, or 7, 8. There you go. Any one of those. Men's soft shell jacket. Actually, don't mind. I don't mind Under Armour. But I'm tipping that that brand might be expensive. Third one over. This one here or this one here? A or B? A, B, A, B. A or B? 1, 2, 3, 4. That one for Christine. All right. B. Done. All right. And a nice polo. Add a polo to that. How about we go for that? You want B? This middle polo? I reckon that's probably going to be the cheapest. B. All right, B. Done. All right, women's. Let's have a look, see. Do we want slim fit or curvy fit or loose fit? Oh, I don't mind that. A curvy V-neck football tee. I like the stripes. I do like the stripes. Do you want... Oh, look, there's your camo, Teresia. Loose, absolutely. What is the difference in the polos have the collars? So I think they're just the design. So that looks like it's got 3 buttons and a higher collar. That looks, it's just a different cut. I think it's probably more a slim fit, and it's jersey material. And this one is Adidas, so it looks like it's maybe a looser fit perhaps, but I'm not sure. I don't know, but I did place an order today for my for my tumbler and my t-shirt and a hat. All right, so let's get rid of the premium because that's too expensive. All right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's line 1, line 2, line 3, 1 to 6. They do look alike, yeah. I always like the stripes on the sleeves. Yep, I got that one. That's there. How about a V-neck one? There you go. And we got the camo in for Teresia. So we want a relaxed fit. 3, 2, that one there. Yes, I'm putting them all in the store. Whatever we're clicking on is going into the store to be sold. And all of the profit will go directly to Ty. Do any of us wear the cropped tees anymore? No. I want one that hides all. Well, that's got print on it. just so hard to choose. So I've put one round, one V-neck with stripes, one curvy, another curvy with stripes, one second row up at the end. That one. Do we not have the sort of tie? Yeah, yeah, I think there's a tie-dye one up from the bottom. That one there. That red one there. Let me see where the tie-dyed one is. Oh, there's a tie-dye. There's that one. I wonder if I can make it bigger. And there's that sort of tie-dye one, which is like a gradient. You want that one as well? It doesn't cost any less to put any of these in, so it's just options, that's all. All right, so these are V-necks for the ladies. I don't think they have a curvy V-neck, do they? I like my t-shirts loose. There's a V-neck there. Not many of these. I don't mind that. I just wear them to bed. All right, so let's get like a sporty one and a flowy one and oh wow. I think that'll probably do, won't it? Oh, look, just add the premium one for shits and gigs. All right, there we've got double colour baseball. And how about just a plain one? I think we go with that one. All right, women's hoodies. Do you want the tie-dye in the hoodie? They come, it looks like it's, oh, it comes in the blue, the grey, the pink and yellow, or the purple. There you go. I actually like that colour. That's wicked. And we'll get the dual colour one as well. All right, we'll get the tie-dye. And a purple tie, yes. Yes. It looks like it's got a hood as well. Let's add one zip jacket. A soft shell and a unisex. There we go. I want a polo shirt. They can look quite smart, actually. Oh, this is a kids' range. Do we want to add any kids' stuff? It's a tie-dye one. Camo kids one. Oh, it's a toddler. you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put baby stuff in there and make Steve buy some for Carson. There we go. We'll get a baby one. And maybe a kid's hoodie as well. What do you reckon? Just a plain kid's hoodie. There we go. All right. Oh, we got jumpsuits, bibs, caps. All right, we need to add a mug for sure. Can't go without a mug. Now, these there's a duffel bag, a backpack, a drawstring cotton bag, a hemp carry-all, looks like a pencil case, a recycled insulated lunch bag, Christmas stockings, tote bags, reusable gift bags, fanny packs. Nice. Crossbody bag, a hip bag, laptop bag, American tote bag, gym bag. Any of those take your fancy? You could have a fanny pack that says "Free Franklin Tucker" on it. All right, that's done. All right. And of course, we've got to have a cap. So I think that's probably the standard. We'll do a kids as well. And a bucket hat. You want anything for the dogs? Dog bandanas and toys. And stickers, bumper stickers. That's what I wanted, yes. Because I reckon the bumper stickers will sell. Some products are not compatible with your design. Oh, okay, no tumblers in that one. All right, that's done. So, next. Now this is, we'll call it Read the Read. Read the Read design. So you know what you're looking for when you're in the court. Judge. Trial. Done. Okay, so that design will be in the shop now for all of those things that we just chose. So, even little booties, yeah. All right. Okay, so these are the logos that so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different logos. That I made. He usually has the schnauzer cut so he gets chilly. A dog has sweaters for winter, yeah. I can put dog bandanas in. It doesn't matter which. Basically, I'll show you at the end when we go through. Actually, no. Well, pick one of these. One of these logos, and that'll be our next one. And I'll just choose random stuff. Pretty much the same as what we did for that, but I'll show you exactly how you can like make it your own at the end. Too late to add that from my order from this morning. Oh, did you put an order in this morning? I'll have to make bank deposits. Look, don't stress. I'm going to basically anything that's sold between now and the end of the year is going to, like, the profits is going to tie. So you don't have to buy anything today. This is just trying to set it up. And I thought it would be something that we can do together whilst we're biding our time to hear some results, because I am just way too anxious and way too excited to be able to sit by myself. I need company. Oh, awesome, Cindy. Shit hot. Yes, you can buy anything you want, but just have a look until we've got all our. You might find there's a nicer one. So pick one of these. So we've got one. This is number 1, the purple one. Number 2 is the teal one. Number 3 is the gold one. Number 4 is the circle one. 5 is again green, and 6 is looks like a jail cell thing. But they all say hashtag FFT free Franklin Tucker. Number 3, that one. Oh, look, Karen Reid walks back into court for a motions hearing as she prepares for her second murder trial. Why isn't Court TV doing anything for Ty? All right, so we want this one and this one. Any other takers? That one, that one? All right, we'll start with that one then. All right, so you can get it in a sticker. Oh, now can I go down and... No, I can't yet. Sorry. Let's just pick I'll just pick a bit of everything. Pretty much the same as what we did for... Oh. Come on. A lightweight and a heavyweight, and where is it? Heavyweight. There it is there. And then just a sweatshirt. Unisex, that's the one. And we all liked that one, didn't we? The zip up fronts. We'll chuck a polo in. Ladies. Curved. Colours. And I can always go back in and add more. If you go in and say, oh, I really wanted one of those, and it's not, I can't find it on there, just let me know and I'll go in and add it. That's easy. All right, we've got a coloured one, we've got a plain one, coloured one, tie-dye one, zip one, coloured one, zip one, and a polo. All right, hopefully we can get cups. Kids hoodie, baby stuff. Oh, a t-shirt, and that, And the mug. Okay. Oh, we can do the tumbler in that one. Fanny packs. Yeah, onto a pouch as well. Laptop bag. Hats. 1, 2, 3. I like those ones. A bucket hat. We all have to have a bucket hat. That's what you ordered, Tricia. That's what I got as well. And I want, all right, there's a doggy bandana. I want the mouse pads. And I want the magnets. And the bumper sticker. Yeah. Now you're talking. Okay. So once that's done, this is, I'll put it as gold free Franklin Tucker. So when you go into the shop, that's the heading that it will be under. All right, so that one will be in there now too. So let's go and have a look. All right, so okay, there we go. So we've got the gold logo. Then we have the Mass v Mass v Key West. And so what I'll do, I'll click on this one, right? Just as an example, we want a t-shirt, all right? The bottom. Oh, no, I've gone too far, I think. Go back out, Jody, go back out. I want to, oh, you might not be able to do it on here because it's not the actual shop page. Maybe. All right, so we went on to the customize tool. So this is what you'll need to do because it basically just plonks the logo dead smack center. All right. So when you go into the customize tool, which is at the bottom, you just click on it. And that white square that you can see, or rectangle, sorry, is the printable area. So you can then, there's on each corner, there is an icon. Now this corner, as you can see, as you hover over it, it changes. Okay. So that is your oh, okay, I can't make it any bigger because the resolution of the picture is not good enough. So what you can do is move it wherever you want to put it. All right. I'm going to put it up on your boob, which is probably the best place for it. And then once that's on there and you found that spot, you can go into here. So it gives you the different, when you're in the customize tool, it gives you all your different products. You can choose whichever one you want. All right. And you just pick it. I'm using just the plain t-shirt at the moment. Then you can go into designs and pick whichever one of these that you want. Okay, so you just click on it. So we've got this one up here at the moment. Then you can add some text. So if you want to put your name or a funny slogan or anything you like, let's put oh, You have to click in here to do it. Let's put this. Judge Morgan sucks. There you go. So it's telling me, just see that red when it comes up red like that? It's telling me that I'm outside the print area. So I need to make it smaller. And then you can just move that to wherever you want to put it. Okay. I would probably put it there. And then in this one here on the bottom right-hand side, you can choose the colour that you want. So if you wanted to have blue writing or red writing, you can choose that. And then you can choose the font. So you can have any type of lettering that you want. You can make it bend like that. Or the other way, like that. Imagine having that. There you go, on your fanny pack. Judge Morgan sucks. Oh, and the bottom bit down here I found helpful. It says send to back. So basically what I did when I got onto my mug, which is accessories, home and living, mugs and cups. So you get to choose a mug. Let's choose just that one. All right. So it tells me that's the front, and then you've got the right and the left. Now I'm right-handed. So for me, if I wanted to have a slogan on my mug, I would want it on this side where you're going to see it. So you get to choose which side you want to put it on, basically, which is what I did with this one. So that's my Defence Rest one. So, like I said, when... Oh, it's not doing it now. We go back. Maybe it'll do it on here. Nope. Try here. Come on. Come on. Oh. It's not letting me do it now. But basically, it gave you the option of whether you wanted to put it on the front or the back. And I think if you're in this customized tool as well, like if you're on the site, it should allow you to upload your own designs as well. So I can go in and pick one of the other ones that I... There you go. And it just uploaded. Oh, and it won't make it any bigger than that. Stupid. Anyway, so that's how you do it. And then you just choose how many you want and you add it to your cart. It's as easy as that. So we now have the black one. We have that one. Oh, I put in the podcast logo as well. So don't just go on and click that and go add to cart, because that'll be smack bang in the middle. I need something and put the injustice. Yeah, I can do that. No worries. I'll do it right now. We'll design one. So yeah, find the product that you want and go into customize. And then you pick the design from there. So if you wanted that design, and then you move it to wherever you want it. Now that one that's already there, in this bottom left-hand corner, there is a rubbish bin. That deletes it. Okay. So you can make that bigger, smaller, and then you can add text to it. It's that easy. All right, so you want something that's got the injustice system. Oh, you want to customize an FFT one? Absolutely. All right. Do you want to get on and pick it yourself, or do you want to go through it and do it? And I'll do it for you now, and it'll be on there. No, it won't. It won't save it. You'll have to do it. But I could. No, it won't save it. I'd have to order it. But we could. We put that in. Get rid of that. And then I can show you what each one looks like. Oh, come on. The injustice system. Oh, you know what we can do? We can. Oh, I've got a better idea, Cindy. Better idea. How about we design and not just have it as text? We have. Keep refreshing with down. Yeah, I haven't logged out yet. I don't think it'll be there yet. I've got to save it. I'm still in the design setup stage. So hang on. General. No. I wanted to add some other designs in there. I just upload the design. Surely you'll be able to pick your own products in the customize. Crime trials. Okay, that one's in. Aha. Dipshit. Crime. Oh my God, Jodie. Crime. Trials. Judge. Okay, that's 3. Publish. That design's on there. Now we want another logo. The purple one. That's right. All right. I'll just pick all of them. Next. So this is I'll put it in as purple logo. Hi. Okay, publish. All right, so we've got all those in there. Okay, so let me now go and save it. That tool designs. Dashboard. Oh, look, there we go. That tells us exactly how many all sales and orders at a glance. 6 orders. Wow. So I have still got the discounted items on there. The the ones that we chose. Yes, good morning, Udahef. How are we? I'll keep them up for the next couple of days so that you can get the discounts, and then I'll put the price up back up to where it was, so that we can actually make some money on them to fundraise. That's the whole point. All right, so how do I get out of it? Log out. Hopefully that saved everything. All right, you should be able to now go in there with the link. I think I put the link in the top, did I? Yes, I did. At the top of chat, I'll show it on the screen. There you go. So if you go into there, they should be in there now, those logos. Did you I did a couple of designs to put on some merch to fundraise for Ty. So where is it? That one. Come on, open. How do I share that? How do I share that? Where is it? Brand. You'll like this one, Eda Hef. Background. That file. That one. What do you? God, it's got in the background. Hang on. Move. Stupid. Picture. Overlay. All right, let's edit it as an overlay. Hopefully that works. There you go. There you go. Order one of those as a bumper sticker. You like? Made it myself. Did you get it? What do you reckon they'd have? No. Where'd you go? Or there is there's this one. It's clever, isn't it? The next one I thought I would do. Don't you think that's funny? Well, not funny, but I thought it was a little bit clever. There was one I was going to do that was that says, oh, I can take that off now because you read it. Key West, where the prosecution's case has more holes in it than Mansfield's belt. I like that one. That was good. So this is the other one. There you go. Key West. More snow than Canada. Or this one. Key West. Bro says best. Or this one. I like this one. Let's do fireballs, they said. It'll be fun, they said. I love it. I had fun making it anyway. So yes, the next one I've got to do is the Mansfield one. All right. Well, whilst we are, yeah, it's good, isn't it? I don't think, did I add that one to the, did I add that one to the store? I can't remember. Can't remember. All right. How about we go and have a look? Actually, there wasn't anything up this morning. On the Laurie Shaver sentencing. I think from memory, was it played on a small news channel? I can't remember. I've got a feeling that it was played on a really small one. Maybe it was that one. I don't even know where all these places are. All right, let's have a look at Court TV. Burned alive murder. Oh dear. No, not on there. Let's have a look at law and crime. Motions hearing. Oh, we can watch that too if you like. No, Laurie Shaver. No Laurie Shaver there either. So I know that Randy Churchwell was going to stream it. Where is it? Yeah. When is that? It's going to start in about an hour. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't start for an hour. Perhaps. Because that's the only place I've been able to find it. I can't remember. All right. Well, what to watch? What to watch? It was Court TV that had, there we go, Brian Camp. Oh, is this live? Shoot, I think it is. Is it? Well, they've reached a verdict in the Brian Camp. Let me see. We've done the opening statements. What's the next bit? Brian Camp. details. Fatal altercation with Jonathan. All right, how about we watch that? Unmute. Yeah, there we go. Hello, darling. How are we? um, I'm in the process of uploading some logos and stuff designed for TUCKER. Ones like this. Have a look. That's one. I thought that would be a funny bumper sticker. And then there's that one. Key West, more snow than Canada. Or Key West, where pro se is best. Or let's do fireballs, they said. So I'm in the process of putting all these logos up onto the merch site, and then you can choose any one of the items in there, and I'm going to donate all of the profits between now and the end of the year to Thai. So yes, you can choose a heap of different slogans. You can just put it on a sticker, like a bumper sticker, whatever you want. But we're basically killing time while we're waiting for his hearing to be heard. So this is Brian Camp. This is you were on yesterday, weren't you? This is Brian Camp. So he was the victim of the home intruder that came in and tried to strangle him in his sleep, because it was his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Latondre. And yeah, he was basically coming into their house, broke into their house, and Brian Camp. Yes. So you get it? Did you see the free T-shirt? No? What free T-shirt? Hey? What am I missing? Did you buy a green T-shirt? I have no idea. Best dad ever, I believe it said. He got out of court and tore off his yellow button-up. Who did? Please explain. Who are we talking about, sweetheart? I have no idea. Oh, okay. All right. So he got out of court and tore off his yellow button up. Oh. Oh, was that today? Ah. Ah. So that that is that after the verdict? Because we haven't seen that bit. Hey, Marjorie. So I'm guessing he was found not guilty. Just my long shot. Because there is the verdict. He's voting from the potty. A little bit of toilet humor. Oh, sweet. All right. Well, we might listen to his. We're killing time until Ty's hearing happens, and then we get an update on what's going on with him. Hopefully, it's excellent news. And then we'll watch the verdict. Then we might watch some Thai videos. No, it's all good. Oh, really? No sound? Hmm. Should have sound. You boost it some more. Mm. Can you hear that? Still no. Let me refresh it. How about now? Oh. Hmm. Now? Still no sound. But you can hear me. You just can't hear that screen. That is bizarre. All right. I'll open up another window and go back in onto history. All right. Now tell me if you can hear that. Still what the? Oh, I know. I know why. Hang on. It's because I've got it being shared, not as a window and not as a bloody share screen. That should work now.
Sleep.
No,
And was this bed pulled away from the wall when you went to sleep?
no,
And was this hole in the wall when you went
Can
to
you hear
sleep?
that now?
no.
Okay.
Excellent. All right. I'll go back to the start then.
To Harbor Freight and Home Depot to buy some things that I got gift cards, or buy some things at those stores where I got gift cards for.
It was one of them a green toolbox.
Yes,
Okay. We've seen that in one of these pictures, correct?
yes,
Okay. And did you go there with somebody?
yes. I went there with my friend Matt Kelsey.
And so you went to Harbor Freight and Home Depot, is that right?
Yes.
What else did you do that day?
I got back to the house around noontime. Me and Brooke's father had planned on going hunting. I went where we talked about going hunting. He wasn't there, and I went back to the house. It was mid-afternoon, which is not a good time for hunting, so I hung around the house for a while, an hour or two, and then went hunting essentially in the backyard of the house because they own a decent amount of woods.
So you went out behind 239 South Street?
Correct.
Okay. By yourself?
Yes.
At some point you came home, I'm assuming?
Yes, around dark.
What happened next?
I went inside, took my hunting stuff off. Brooke was making dinner. We fed the girls. We ate, gave the girls a bath, put them to bed. We cleaned up the dinner mess and the rest of the house, and then we went to bed.
Do you have a memory of what time or no? That you went to bed?
Roughly around 9 to 10 o'clock.
Is that kind of the usual time?
Yes.
And I know we've had testimony about a lot of this stuff, but can you describe for the jury the layout of the house on your way upstairs?
As you go up the stairs, you see the bathroom door, and
What do you mean? Where is that located?
straight ahead when you're walking up the stairs.
Okay.
And the width of the bathroom door is the distance between my bedroom and Brooke's bedroom on the left and the girls' bedroom on the right.
Okay. Had you, prior to this date, had you recently switched rooms with the girls?
We did.
So they had been in where you were on December 26th, December 27th previously?
Correct.
Okay. And So you went out to the left into your room, the girls were in the right in their room, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you fall asleep, do you remember?
Yes.
Okay. What did you wear when you went to sleep?
I was not wearing anything.
And I'm going to put on the screen what has been marked as exhibit number 32 and ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is it?
That is my bed in my bedroom.
Okay. And actually, Your Honor, do we have the pointer?
It's right to the side.
Thank you.
Would you like it?
You use it. Can you show the jury where it is that you went to sleep, the side of the bed that you were on?
I was on this side of the bed,
Okay.
close to the wall.
And I'm assuming that these glasses were not in the bed when you went to sleep?
No.
And was this bed pulled away from the wall when you went to sleep?
No.
And was this hole in the wall when you went to sleep?
No.
Okay. What's the next thing you remember happening after you fell asleep?
I remember Brooke waking me up slightly to tell me she hears a noise.
Did you wake up?
I did wake up.
And how did you respond?
I told her that that was weird because both of the cats were outside.
Okay. Did you hear anything?
I did not.
And is it fair to say that, again, looking at exhibit number 32, that this wall abuts the stairs? So the stair, when I say this, I'm pointing to the wall on the left with the hole in it, and the stairs would be on this side, right on the other side of that wall.
That is correct.
And did you fall back asleep, or what happened after that initial wake up?
I did close my eyes and start going back to sleep.
What was the next thing you remember happening?
I remember hearing Brooke scream, and I immediately opened my eyes and saw her jump in mid-jump, jumping back from what I assume was the doorway back further into the room.
You remember if the lights were on or off at that point?
The lights were off.
Was she holding her phone?
She did have her phone.
And what happened next?
Then I sat up in bed and scooched towards the end of the bed.
What do you mean by scooched?
I pulled my body towards where my feet were with my legs, and then I saw a human silhouette in the doorway.
The doorway of your bedroom?
Correct.
What happened?
Whoever that was immediately jumped on top of me, slammed me into the wall.
Did he say anything before he did that?
No.
Go ahead, I interrupted you.
He was on top of me in my own bed with his hands around my neck. He had slammed me into the wall, and my legs were crunched all the way up to my body, my knees touching my chest, and my heels touching my butt. And he was on top of me, prohibiting me from extending my legs.
He had his hands around your throat?
Yes.
And with the pointer, can you point to the approximate area you remember this happening?
Approximately right here, in line with the glasses, the pillow, and the hole in the wall.
And where was your backside seated or not, if you remember?
Roughly where the pillow is.
And at that point, did it seem like this guy was clothed?
Yes, it appeared as he was clothed.
Okay. Was he saying anything to you at that point?
No.
Can you tell the jury when he was on top of you in that situation, was he just squeezing your throat? Was he banging your head? What was he doing?
He was squeezing my throat.
Okay. And were you trying to get away?
Yes.
And were you able to?
No.
And by the way, how tall are you?
I'm 5'9",
And how much do you weigh?
probably 150 pounds.
Okay. And Did you sense that this guy was bigger than you?
Yes.
Did you have any idea what was going on at that point?
At that point, all I knew was I was being choked.
What happened next?
I said to Brooke, do something. And then I heard a smash of what I assume is a glass object because of the noise it made when it broke.
And did you see where it landed?
No.
Okay. After that smash, was this person, did that smash stop this person from doing what he was doing to you?
No.
Did it cause something to happen to allow you to get out of there?
Yes.
What happened?
It caused him to stop applying as much pressure on my entire body, so I was able to get out from underneath of him.
Okay. And if you remember, if you don't, I understand, but do you remember how you got out of there? Like what route you took from the bed?
No.
Okay. What happened after you escaped from him that time?
I ran around to his back and grabbed him by his neck with my arm. And
What do you mean? If you can show the jury what you mean?
I had my right arm around his neck, and I had my left arm around my right arm.
Okay. And do you know that as a rear naked choke?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say you were trying to knock him out, basically?
Obstruction, you are bleeding. Sustain.
What were you trying to do by putting your arm around his neck?
I was trying to control him and essentially knock him out.
And at some point, you said that you were able to get behind him to do that, correct?
Yes.
So were you, the entire time you were doing that, were your feet on the ground?
Once I was choking him, he did elevate me off the ground.
So you're on his back,
Yes.
your feet off the ground,
Yes.
and you're trying to choke him.
Yes.
Was it stopping him from, well, were you able to stop him from doing what he was doing?
No.
Were the lights on at that point, if you remember?
At this point, yes, the lights were on.
Okay, and I have loaded up exhibit number 34. That's still part of your bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And we're looking at a linoleum section of that floor, correct?
Yes.
Can you estimate about where it was that you were on his back trying to choke him out?
In between, or right at the split of the linoleum floor and the carpet.
Do you not have the pointer anymore?
I do have the pointer.
Can you use the pointer?
Right here, roughly,
Okay.
where the
What
floor
was he,
splits.
what was he doing while you had your arm around his neck?
He was trying to grab and pull my arms off of his neck.
And was he able to do that?
No.
What's the next thing that happened?
We both fell to the ground.
And do you remember what position it was that you, well, strike that. When you both fell to the ground, did you release your attempted choke?
No.
Okay. And were you on your back, on his front? How were you positioned on the floor?
It's ironic that actual hold from behind is actually called the rear naked choke, and he was literally naked. And that's the visuals I was having yesterday.
Floor.
It was my front to his back, and we were both on our sides.
Okay.
What am I missing?
And we see what appears to be some blood on the linoleum, correct?
Yes.
Had you noticed at that point that he was bleeding or no?
No.
Okay. And is that approximately where the two of you would landed?
I still to this day, always, no matter where I go, I sleep on the side furthest from the door still to this day. Aw. You're going to buy some. I haven't loaded them all up yet, but you're welcome to if you want to. If you're in a restaurant and your man has his back to the door, he doesn't see danger card, true? Well, I just have these visuals. But yes, it is called rear naked choke.
Yes.
What was he doing while you were
Those
in that position and
Was it
doing, trying to
UFC
do that to him?
He was reaching around, trying to grab anything.
So with his arms,
Yes.
and was he able, that you could see or sense, was he able to grab anything?
No.
What was the next thing that he tried to do? And by the way, this whole time, are you still hanging on to his neck
Yes.
with your arm? Fair to say that it's not preventing him from moving around, correct?
Correct.
What's the next thing that he does physically?
He then begins to touch my face and search for my eyeballs with his hands.
Where is your head in relation to his?
Directly behind his head.
Okay. And so you can, how do you know that he's touching your face with his hands?
Correct.
Okay. And you say he's feeling around. What do you mean?
He's constantly moving the position of his hands.
On your face?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point, does he do something that causes you to release him?
Yes. He gets one or both fingers in between my eyeball and my eye socket.
And does that what caused you to let go of him?
Yes.
Why?
So I didn't lose my eyes.
What did you do?
I then ran downstairs.
And as far as you knew, where had you left him by the time you were at your door?
When I was at the door, he was in that area of the room.
And you're pointing to the screen, the linoleum area, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you went downstairs.
Yes.
Fair to say that you passed the girls' room.
Yes.
Why did you not go into the girls' room or do anything with the girls at that point?
Because that they were safe in there.
Yeah. Don't lead him there. Right.
What was one of your purposes of going downstairs?
To get him away from my children.
Okay. Did that work?
Yes.
You still naked?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went down the stairs.
And what did you do when you got there? And by the way, are the lights on downstairs at that point?
Yes, the lights are on downstairs.
Okay. Where did you go?
I went down the stairs and to the left of the stairs.
And at that point, could you sense that he was behind you or coming down the stairs or not yet?
Yes, I could hear him coming down the stairs.
Had he said anything yet?
Yes, upstairs he did state that he was going to kill me.
Yeah, one moment, Judge.
Okay.
Was that the first time he had said something to you?
Yes.
So when you get downstairs, I think you said you went to
You don't have to email me anything that you buy on the site. The site keeps track of everything that gets bought automatically. So it will tell me what's been sold and it will tell me exactly how much money is in there, and that's what I will transfer when they pay me. Does that make sense?
the left.
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see, well, other than everything down there, what was it that you did once you went to the left?
I saw my green toolbox with my muzzle loader laying on top of it.
Okay. And the often spoke of muzzle loader here today it's a black powder well, it's not a firearm. It's a black powder gun, correct?
Yes.
And it's a rifle, right?
Yes.
And there's actually a special season in Massachusetts for hunting with black powder, correct?
Yes.
And that was the season, is that right?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And had you been hunting with it?
Yes, it was.
And what did you do when you saw the muzzle loader?
I picked it up.
And what did you do?
I brought it up to my shoulder and pointed it at him and told him to get the fuck out of here.
And what position were you in relation to the door, and what position was he in relation to the door?
I had backed up into the middle of the living room, and he was by my green toolbox, by the door, closer to the door than he was to me.
Did he get the fuck out?
No.
Was the door open?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 56. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What does that show?
That is a picture from the living room of my house, and that shows the green toolbox and the front door.
And could you point to, I mean, it's the white door to the left-hand side, correct?
Correct.
And that was open?
Yes.
And what direction did you come from? Down, where the foot of the stairs?
Yeah, the stairs come down over here. This wall is actually the stairwell.
Okay. And could you show as best you can the direction of your travel after you grabbed the muzzle loader?
I grabbed the muzzle loader off of the green toolbox. I spun around facing the window and backed up roughly to about here.
Okay. And pointed the gun at him?
Hang on.
Yes.
Where did he?
He's got a rifle on a green toolbox and 2 young girls in the house. Really? Oh, welcome. Thank you. That's lovely. Welcome to the fam. There is no escaping now. Is that evil? Thank you, sweetheart. Welcome.
He come from?
He came from right there.
And
You don't
besides not
do
getting out,
anything here, my darling.
what
You
did he
just
do
have
next?
to enjoy yourself.
He then came towards me and grabbed the muzzle loader.
Yeah.
while you were pointing it at him,
Yes.
and what happened?
And I'm guessing it was
We
loaded.
briefly fought back and forth with the muzzle loader, and he was able to pull it out of my hands.
So was he grabbing it by the barrel?
Yes.
And so he pulled the gun completely out of your hand?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, at that point, you are within that gun's length away from each other.
Yes.
And what happened after he pulled the gun out of your hands?
He was waving it around.
What do you mean by that?
He was pointing it up in both ways so I could not get a hold of it.
I see. So is it fair to say he's
Yeah.
keeping it away from, trying to keep it away from you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you trying to grab it?
Yes.
Must be
What
good
happened
stuff.
next?
2 gunshots.
I did manage to grab it in the same way he grabbed it by the barrel.
His girlfriend
And then what?
screaming
And then
hysterically all the time.
I recall seeing him pulling the trigger.
And fair to say that the trigger, that this is a long gun, correct?
Yes.
And the trigger is the thing that you pull to fire it, correct?
Yes.
And how was the gun positioned when you saw him first trying to pull the trigger?
He had it in his hands as you would normally hold a long gun, and I had the barrel.
Was it up on his shoulder? Was it down by his hip? Do you remember?
It was down by his hip.
All the way to the end of
And
December.
were you actually holding on to a portion of that gun?
Yes, I was holding onto the barrel.
And where was the barrel pointed?
It was pointed directly at my stomach.
He was trying to pull the trigger?
Yes.
Mm.
Was it not firing?
It was not.
Is there something other than pulling the trigger that you have to do for that gun to fire?
Yes.
What is that?
You have to cock the hammer back prior to pulling the trigger.
And so when you saw that he was pulling the trigger, what did you do?
I then moved out of the direction of the barrel.
And do what?
I then pushed the barrel away from me, and I went
I
around
just threw a wrench
his back
there.
and grabbed onto the grip of the gun on the rear, and we were still fighting back and forth for it. My arms were around him, holding onto it as he was still holding onto it as well.
All right, just so that I'm clear. You were behind him and holding onto the gun.
Yes.
Holding onto the gun too.
Yes.
And what is going on physically between you
I'm
two
right there
besides
with
holding
you.
onto the gun?
We're both fighting each other back and forth, trying to gain full control of the gun.
Okay. And
Hey, now you're a bluey.
what happened next?
Papa and your
I
dogs.
was able to hit the release that breaks open the weapon.
So you're behind him holding onto the gun?
Yes,
Okay. And where is that release located?
it is on the front of the trigger guard.
You have the power. Use it wisely, my friend.
And were you able to activate that?
Yes,
And what happens?
Yes, you're
What
brave,
happened to that gun on that
No.
night when you were able to hit
I
that?
don't know that one.
the gun then broke open at the breech, and the primer fell onto the floor.
What is the breach?
The breech is the back of the barrel.
So does it crack in two?
Yes,
And located in there somewhere is the primer?
yes.
And so at that point, when that fell out, what happened next? And where were you guys when that wrestling match and that came out?
We were roughly in the center in front of the wood stove.
And what'd you do next? Or what did he do next?
He was continuing to try to shoot.
Ah,
The
I
gun.
like that one.
How was he trying to do that?
He was pulling the trigger.
Blue by you. Mhm.
Go ahead.
Then we both fell onto the ground, closer to the couch, kind of out of view of this picture.
And
So this went on for
Correct me if
20
I'm wrong.
minutes.
are you still behind him, holding on to it?
No, once the primer fell out, I no longer needed to have control of that.
Okay. And would it have been somewhere closer to this area that you guys fell onto the floor?
Yes,
Okay. Where, well, is it on there or is it still not on there?
yes.
Where?
It's about right here.
Okay. And did the fight end at that point?
No,
What was going on? Well, to the best of your recollection, how were you guys positioned on the floor when he fell?
he was on his back, and I was on top of him with one or both of my legs on his body, trying to control him.
Okay. And what do you mean trying to control him?
Just trying to keep him on the ground.
Had you, strike that. So he's on the actual wood floor? On
Yes.
his back, and you have
His
one or
back.
both of your knees on him?
Yes,
And what are your hands doing?
my hands are controlling his hands.
And what is he doing?
He
Oh,
is trying to gain control of his own hands.
Okay. Would you describe it as kind of a wrestling match on the floor at that point?
Yes,
the ghoulies were
And,
pretty much in his face.
I think you heard the 911 recording. You hear Brooke say that you have him on the ground, correct?
yes,
And were you able to keep him on the ground for a little while?
for a brief period.
My cousin is a musician, and he has an excellent version of Blue by You. I'll see if I can find it. I know I'll get copyright strike. Well, not a strike, but like a warning. But that's all right. I can delete the sound
Then
later.
what happens?
I'll find it.
Then he did get control of his arms, and he was able to scooch closer to the couch and scooched his back up to the couch. So he was sitting with his back up to the couch right here.
And where were you when he was doing that?
I was still standing over him.
Okay. And then what happened?
Then he was able to lift himself and me up onto the couch.
Okay. And where on the couch were you guys at that point?
We were right here with the jacket and the bloodstain.
Okay. He's on his back on the couch.
All
Yes.
right.
And where were you?
I was standing on the floor right here.
After he lifted you up onto the couch?
Yes, then
Here's a treat for you. Now, this is, let me share the screen. Oh, where'd it go? Share screen. That one. Linda Ronstadt. So, this is my cousin and his offsider Rosie. Now my cousin is Aaron Shembre Zamawog, and he had Wilbur Wild, Billy, Norm, what's his name? Normie Rowe. Oh, and a heap of other big, it was like oh, you don't know what Hey Hey It's Saturday is, do you? We used to have a show here on a Saturday with Daryl Summers. But yes, he's played with the Wiggles, he's played everywhere, and he's very, very talented. His technical skill in the guitar, and he's got like not just guitar, he plays heaps of different different instruments, and he teaches it as well. So yes, I'll find a couple of different songs and we'll have an intermission break every so often.
Essentially stood up on the floor.
And what were you doing with your hands?
I was still trying to control his hands.
Okay. Was he fighting back still?
Yes.
What were you, what was your plan while you were holding him down?
I was waiting for the police to arrive.
And was he able to escape you before that happened?
Yes.
So he hasn't shot him yet, has he? He's just trying to hold him down.
Actually, did something happen with the, did you do something with the muzzle loader after that was over with?
Yes.
What'd you do?
While I was standing on the floor and he was on the couch, I slid the muzzleloader across the floor with my foot over to the front door where Brooke was outside.
All right. And continued on the couch, correct?
Yes.
All right. What happened next?
Then I got up and ran over to the closet by the front door and grabbed the shotgun.
So you got a shotgun in the closet?
Whose shotgun was it? Or was
I do not know.
Not really sure I'm happy about how you put
And so were you, what position were you in at strike that? When you got the shotgun, you got it out of the closet, is that correct?
Yes.
And so could you tell the jury or show the jury where it was that you were when you had the shotgun initially in your hand?
I was right here by the closet door.
And do you remember where he was?
He was right here.
Okay. And what did you do when you got the shotgun out?
I pointed it at him.
Did you tell him to do anything again?
Yes, I told him to get out.
Did he?
No,
What did he do?
he grabbed the shotgun in the same manner he grabbed the muzzleloader.
And what do you mean by that? You got the barrel?
Yes.
And so you got the barrel, you have the butt end, is that right?
Yes.
And what happens?
The shotgun breaks in half.
Oh.
What part of the gun did you wind up with, and what part of the gun did you wind up with?
He had the barrel of the gun, and I had the stock of the gun.
Yeah.
You have a moment, Judge? You may. What happens after, well, what is your reaction to the gun breaking in two?
My reaction was, what the fuck?
And
What the
what
flop?
happened next?
We then were beating each other over the head with pieces of the shotgun.
Okay. He with the barrel, you with the stock?
Yes.
And do you remember where that started? Did it start right where you had raised the gun and he had grabbed it?
Yes.
Was he saying anything to you at that point?
At that point, no.
What happened after that initial break of the gun? Or, I'm sorry, after you started hitting each other with the gun parts?
he starts to move further into the living room as we're hitting each other back and forth.
Can you show the jury with your pointer which way?
We started here and made our way this way.
He is closest to us and you are on the other side, is that right?
Correct.
So he's backing up?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both hitting each other with these implements as you're traveling through the house?
Yes.
And where ultimately do the two of you go?
We go through the living room into the hallway that connects the kitchen to the living room, then briefly through the kitchen and into the dining room area.
Is there any sort of ceasefire between the two of you, or was there you just clubbing each other the whole way?
It was back and forth the whole way.
How far into the, is it fair to say that you went circled through the kitchen and into the dining area?
Yes.
And is that where a sliding glass door there?
Yes.
And what happened around that area?
I swung the shotgun, breaking an overhead light fixture and breaking the shotgun over his head.
And by the way, after it had broken, did you actually change the position of the gun from its original position in your hand?
I did turn it around and grab it by where the barrel was.
Okay. And after the stock broke, straight down, before that, is it fair to say that, correct me if I'm wrong, what is, this is marked as exhibit number 19. What does that show?
This shows a picture taken from behind my green toolbox by the front door
So,
into
I'm sorry, go ahead.
into the kitchen where we ended up by the glass door.
Okay. And where was he at that point?
He had his back to the glass door,
And where's the front door?
right in line with the way this picture is taken.
But where?
Right here, further.
And where were you?
I was in front of him, roughly about here.
Okay.
You can see the light.
After you broke the stock, what did you do?
I essentially deemed it useless because it was much shorter than it was, several inches shorter after it broke. And I did not want to get that close to him.
So what'd you do?
Where is it? Did you buy another hoodie, Christine? Was it that pink one? There's two that were sold today. So the bright pink one, a woman's hoodie. All right. So you see how that comes up as a list in there of what everyone's bought. So that's what you have paid for it here, $32.86. Well, that must be in my money. I don't know, but what the profit on that hoodie is $6.38. So that's the profit. So it costs them $32.86 to make it. Sorry. No, costs them. The retail price is $32.86, but the profit margin on that, what would normally come to me, is $6.38. Does that make sense? So it's the profit bit that I'll be donating 100% of. But I did discount these hoodies yesterday, so I'll put the prices back up probably tomorrow, I think, because I discounted the tumblers, the caps, hoodies and a couple of women's shirts, I think, women's t-shirts. So if you want to get a good deal, plus you get your 15% off as well. Get in there early. But thank you. That's great. You're more than welcome. That's what we're here for. We're just trying to do as much as we all can. Back to that's right. And play.
I then started to back
Ah,
up.
you got the bright pink one.
And what did he do as you were backing up?
He continued to follow me and swing at me with the gun barrel.
And as you're backing up, what portion of the house are you headed towards?
We're headed towards the kitchen.
And what happens?
We make our way completely into the kitchen, and I notice my firearm on the top of the top cabinet, and I grab my firearm with my left hand, took the holster off with my right hand, and then shot him
About how far away from you was he?
about 2 feet.
2 feet from the end of the barrel, or 2 feet?
Yes.
What happened? What did he do after you shot him?
He fell to the ground.
And did he fall on his front?
No, he fell on his back.
Okay. And what did you do?
I went outside, ran out of the house to find Brooke.
And was she out there?
Yeah, she was.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I,
By the way, we hear you say that he's moaning on the 911 call. Is this where he's moaning?
yes.
Okay. Go ahead, I interrupted you.
After I checked on Brooke and knew that she was okay, I then went upstairs and checked on the girls. I was still naked, so I just popped my head through the door, and then I went into my bedroom and put pants on.
And did you do anything else when you were upstairs?
No.
You've heard Attorney Biaggi talk about and read about your phone call to your boss. Did that happen at some point?
Yes.
Bring us from what you can remember from when you went upstairs to put pants on. Where did you go after that?
I went downstairs and I got Brooke shoes because she was outside in the snow. And then I believe I went inside and called my boss.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with him as Attorney Biaggi pointed out?
I did.
And after that conversation, he sent you a text, I believe?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, where are the girls?
They're in their bedroom.
And where is Mr. We now know Mr. Latender?
He is in the kitchen, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. And Brooke was outside, is that right?
Yes.
And so, did you take pictures?
Yes.
Did you take only a picture of Mr. Latender?
No.
I'm going to show you this. It's pretty dark. Can you tell us what these are? Are these pictures that you took?
Yes.
And obviously, that's Mr. Latender on the upper left, correct?
Yes.
And what's below him?
Don't go crazy, sweetheart.
The shotgun barrel.
No. I mean the photograph.
The photograph below is a picture of the stairwell with my bloody handprint on it.
Okay. And what's next to that?
Next to that is a picture of the floor in my bedroom.
And what's above that?
The other side of the room with the linoleum.
And what's the final picture up there?
That would be the girl's bedroom door.
So you took these that night, correct?
Well,
Yes,
These are
That's
fair
for
and
good
accurate
cause,
representations
like
of
you
all
say.
those things in your house, correct?
yes.
Yes, we'll under this, Your Honor.
All right, that will be the next exhibit, 84. Exhibit 84.
put it up. Replay crew.
What did you do next?
I then went back outside expecting the police to be there.
And what happened?
They were not.
And then what happened?
Then I was talking through Brooke to the 911 operator.
Okay, so you could hear Brooke talking to the operator?
Yes.
Okay. And
No. I can imagine it. I've got the
you said you
visuals
were
in my head.
talking, I'm sorry, what did you say? Say that again.
Well,
I said I was
couldn't do it or
talking
anything.
through Brooke to the operator.
Okay, and we've heard that in this case, correct?
Yes.
And I'm not expecting you to know exactly when certain things were said or whatever, but what generally are you talking about when you're talking to the 911 operator through Brooke?
She's asking me to check on Jonathan and check his status and where he may have been
I do not
shot.
want to be in my head, trust me.
Fair to say that we hear you respond to those requests angrily?
Yes.
Did you want to go in there and check on Jonathan?
No.
Yeah.
Did you have any idea what time it was at that point?
No.
At some point, did you decide to go in and check on Jonathan?
Yes.
And what was it that was said on the 911 call that caused you to finally go in and check on him?
Brooke told me that they need to know.
And who did you, well, strike that. So what did you do?
I went inside to do what the state police was asking.
And where did you go?
I went inside.
And to where?
I went through the living room into the dining room area I passed by the front of the stairs.
And did you have your firearm with you?
I did.
And when you had, well, first of all, after Jonathan fell onto his back, did you observe him able to move?
Yes.
Okay. And was he saying things to you at that point?
Yes, he was.
And what were the things he was saying to you while he was on the ground?
He said multiple times in a row, I need an attorney. And then he said multiple times in a row, I am going to kill you.
And you had not been back there for some period of time, correct? Before-
Correct.
Okay. And so you went where?
I went around the staircase in the front and I took a right around the staircase
Well, so you go to the stair, you head to the staircase, going into the kitchen?
into the dining room.
Okay, so you went left.
Yes.
Okay. And what happened?
As I came around the corner, I saw him getting up and I shot him again.
Okay. When you say getting up, what did you see his position to be?
I saw his arms extended underneath of him and the majority of his body off the ground.
Okay. And did that surprise you?
Yes, it did.
What did you do after you pulled the trigger?
I immediately went right back out of the house, out the front door.
Okay. And were the police there yet?
No.
Okay. What did you do outside?
I then walked over to where Brooke was.
And eventually did the police come?
Yes, eventually they did come.
Okay. And we've seen a video of them arriving, correct?
Yes.
You were placed in a cruiser, is that right?
Yes,
And that was for some period of time, correct?
correct.
And I believe we've established that the 911 call was made at 12:37, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yes,
And you wind up at the state police barracks at about 6:05, is that correct?
yes.
Have you ever shot anybody before?
No.
Do you remember about how long it was that you remained in the ambulance at your house?
I do not remember a specific time, but it was a lengthy period of time.
Okay. And in that period of time, what was happening to you physically?
Everything was continuing to hurt worse, and I was essentially in shock.
Were you able to see your body, what was going on with blood on your body, et cetera?
I could see my hands, and I briefly saw a reflection of my face either off a metal or glass surface in the ambulance.
Did you have knee surgery in high school?
I had knee surgery right after high school.
And in the ambulance with you were who?
EMTs and state troopers.
Do you recall how many state troopers?
They were going in and out, but there was always one state trooper in the ambulance with me at all times.
Okay. And the ambulance remained at the house for a long time, correct?
Yes,
Why?
because I did not want to go to the hospital at the time. I wanted to see Brooke and my children.
Did they let you do that?
No,
So it was your request to stay there to try to see your kids in Brooke.
yes,
And were they treating you for any of these injuries at that point?
no,
Had you asked for some water?
yes.
Why specifically?
I had blood in my mouth.
What was going on with you, as best you can answer, psychologically?
I was having a hard time processing what just happened, and my mental state was blurry and jumbled up at best.
And was that while you were in the ambulance?
Yes, and over time getting worse.
Okay. At some point, you actually asked to go to the hospital, correct?
Yes,
Why?
because I had sat in the ambulance for a lengthy period of time and nothing was happening, and I was definitely injured. So I figured if I could not see Brooke and the kids, I might as well get the treatment or be looked at by the people at the hospital.
I'm going to show you what, and when you were at the hospital, you heard, I believe, or did you hear, I believe it was Trooper O'Brien, who said that you were at the hospital for about an hour and a half before they took you to the barracks. Is that, first of all, do you remember that being what he said? Second of all, if you do, does that sound about right?
Yes, I do remember that that is what he said, and it does sound accurate.
Before you left the hospital, was it state police that took photos of you?
Yes, I believe so.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 54. You see that?
Yes,
What's that a picture of?
that is a picture of my legs.
And I'm drawing your attention to what appears to be your left knee. Can you describe what's going on there?
Yeah, it is severely swollen.
And was that injured during the fight?
Yes,
marked as Exhibit 47. What is that?
That appears to be my right hand.
And what observations are you making of your right hand in that picture?
I can see it swollen right here.
And obviously there's blood on it.
Correct.
Obviously a picture of your face, correct?
Yes.
That is exhibit number 45.
Hello, under the scars. Welcome. Sorry, I was working on Canva in the background. Sorry, wasn't paying attention.
Last one for this, exhibit number
My bad.
42. They asked you to pull your shirt up, is that right?
4 p.m.
Yes.
Eastern
And
Standard.
what observation do you make of
That is the
what you're
time.
observing about your body there?
I can see I have blood on my body, and I believe I see bruising.
Where did I save my overlay? Gotta make fancy schmancy. There it is. Now look.
Did they give you any medication for your pain when they discharged you?
No.
And you were transported to the barracks by state troopers, correct?
Yes.
And obviously you see the video of you in the big table with the troopers, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe as best you can? I mean, we've seen the video and the questions that they ask you. Fair to say that your answers sometimes are not accurate, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe at that point, as you were walking into the barracks, you now know what was injured on you as you were walking into the barracks?
Yes.
What?
My head.
No, he didn't show up empty-handed. That's the whole issue. But the way that it was represented to me was that, yes, he turned up with a knife and handcuffs. But yeah, the impression that I got was that there was 8 minutes between the first gunshot and the second gunshot, and the second gunshot was to the head, and it was the prosecution's case that the first shot went into his abdomen, and it apparently had a hollow point bullet in it, which is designed to do maximum amount of damage. And so the prosecution was saying that he'd been disabled and was no longer a threat after the first shot that rendered him incapacitated pretty much, but he didn't unalive him. He was still awake. But until we just heard that testimony, he was still getting up to go for him. So as far as I'm concerned, that's self-defense. If he was laying on the ground moaning and yelling obscenities but not able to move, different story. But if he was physically trying to get up and still saying, I'm going to kill you, yep, sorry, castle doctrine. You don't have a duty to retreat, and you are able to use lethal force. I don't know what he was going to do. No idea. 4 p.m. Eastern is the hearing for Ty. We find out if he's going to be, we're hoping that the ALFORD plea will be signed off today by Judge Morgan, and he will be walking out a free man. That is the hope. I guess Yeah, he came into the bedroom during the night. I don't know. They found the knife in his jacket, so he didn't even get it out, I don't think. He was trying to choke Brian in his sleep. Oh, yes, I know. No, I don't think so. But we didn't have the opportunity. Brian went downstairs and he followed him down there, so he led him away from there. Okay, 5 for you, Cindy. Are you in Florida? So what time is it? It's 5:30 a.m. here now, so that makes it 1:30 in the afternoon there. Is that right? Eastern. So it's 1:30 in Florida. Okay, 2:30, 3:30. So we've got 2.5 hours. Okay, cool.
My hand and my knee specifically, and my entire body was beaten up.
And can you describe as best you can what was going on psychologically with you at that point?
I was trying to process
Yes, that's
what had
right.
happened that night.
Okay. And you'd agree that
You are correct, madam.
some of the strike that when they start asking you specifically about numbers of shots and distances apart and all that kind of stuff, you appear confused initially, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, when you left the house,
That's why I started the stream late, so that I'd be able to hopefully be able to stay up all the way through, because that'll be 8 a.m. here. I started the stream at
after
3, I think.
shooting Mr. Latender as he was getting up,
Yes, I did.
you heard in the 911 call that the 911 operator was asking if you shot again, correct?
Yes.
And Brooke was asking you again. Brooke was translating for the 911 operator, correct?
Yes.
And she asked you if you shot again, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I gave Brooke an affirmative nod. Yes.
And she told 911 that you shot again, correct?
Yes.
That was some number of hours before, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As best you can, again, as best you can you describe the way that you were thinking specifically with regard to the shooting?
I was having a hard time defining 2 separate times where I shot him.
Yeah, the police
And
missed the jacket.
you see you initially saying, I don't remember, could 1, maybe 2, if it was 2, I did it quickly.
Yes.
When you're
You're
answering
not
that way, as best you remember, are you trying to deceive?
No.
Sustained.
The funniest bits at the end. Where is it? I have to play it for you because it's freaking hysterical. I made a blooper out of it. Share this tab here. See you in fortnight at the end.
Yes.
All right. There's
Let
the,
justice
hang on,
prevail.
where's the out? Yeah. There's the outro. Pretty much. Oh, that's not the outro. Okay, Jody. He's still laughing about to you. That was so funny. Because we run the podcast on Steve's software, I'm not used to it. And I have to set it all up on my end and get everything in order. So each scene has a different thing. So one scene has like a share screen in it. The next scene has a document screen in it. The next scene has the outro. Yeah. And so I clicked on the outro to say good, to let it run. And it's supposed to automatically take us off the screen and run the outro. But my my screen went blank. And I didn't know that it was running in the background. And the next thing I know, I popped up on the screen. And then Steve's popped up on the screen. And he was pissing himself in the background. Had no idea what I'd done. Was funny though.
Are we struggling with processing the shooting?
Objection leading. It is. Can rephrase your question?
What was happening in your head with regard to trying to process the fact that you shot a guy?
I was having trouble defining 2 separate instances where I had shot him.
Okay. It's now been, almost 2 years since this incident occurred, correct?
Yes, it'll be 2 years this Christmas.
And you've had time to process this whole situation, is that correct?
Yes,
You've watched videos of this case, correct?
yes,
You've listened to the 911 call, correct?
yes,
You've met with me a number of times at your house or at 239 South Street, correct?
yes.
When you said on the video, if I ever did something like that, I would hope someone would put me down. What do you mean?
I meant that if I ever tried to murder somebody, that somebody would stop me.
When you went to bed that night, right after Christmas, were you expecting to have to, first of all, were you expecting that someone was going to break into your home?
No.
And were you expecting that you were going to have to fight somebody over firearms?
No.
Were you expecting that you were going to have to wrestle firearms away from a home intruder in your house?
No.
Were you wanting to shoot somebody to death that night?
No.
Why didn't you shoot him with the muzzleloader?
I was not trying to shoot anybody.
What did you want him to do?
I wanted him to get out of the house.
And each time that he was given an opportunity, what would he do? Opportunity to leave the house, what would he do?
He would not take the opportunity and then charge right towards me.
And going back a little bit with regard to the photograph that you took of Mr. Latender as he was lying on the linoleum face down with his hand on his head, I believe the trooper testified to my question that photograph was taken at 12:52, correct?
Yes.
I'm not asking you to remember that, but you remember that's what he said, right?
Yes.
Have one moment, Judge.
You ready?
I don't think they've set.
Did you even want to go back in and check on him?
No.
That's all I have.
All right, prosecutor, can we approach you may?
I don't think they've set Chloe Driver's sentencing hearing yet. As I said, we've got Laurie Shaver today, and then Sarah Boone on the 2nd of December, Ashley Benefield on the 3rd, and Melody Farris on the 5th, which is my birthday. And then, there's a couple of, I think there's 3 really interesting trials in the week of the 9th of December. Of course, there's 3. Why wouldn't there be? What's the date today? The 26th or 27th here. Oh, sweet. Get my pension tomorrow. Bonus. Yeah. Don't think he knew Brian was there, probably planned. I think he went there with the intention to take Brian out because he wanted to get back with is it December 12th, is it? Woo. Let me put that in the diary. Yeah, that was the whole point of him going there because Brian and Brooke had broken up for a brief period at some point earlier in that year, and then she had dated this guy, I think for 2 months, and then left him and went back to Brian, and this guy wasn't happy with that, so he went there with the intent to unalive him. Chloe, driver. Sentencing, sweet. Either the 12th or the 18th. They chose the 12th. Okay, cool. Tizin Zidari. The Bible, where everything is located. All right, how about we watch I watched when that first happened. I was obsessed with it. I could not stop watching. That was horrific, absolutely horrific. But I haven't watched a great deal of all of the hearings in the middle. Yeah, I think it's just been a lot of technical BS, I think, that his attorney is just churning through, and that doesn't interest me much. So, he texted Brooke and asked if he could come over. Okay. He was her boss. Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts. I think he was the manager at Dunkin' Donuts, wasn't he? All right. Well, how about we watch the verdict of this, and then we might jump to Karen Reid's hearing. What do you reckon? Where is the... Come on, where's the verdict? Oh. Go back. In my history. There it is.
May I inquire?
You may inquire.
Thank you. What say you, Madam Foreperson, as a jury agreed upon its verdict in Hampshire County Indictment 2380 CR 0032, Commonwealth versus Brian Camp?
Not guilty.
You have agreed upon your verdict? Okay. That's okay. If you could please give the verdict up to the crowd, sir.
Inquire.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, as a count one of Hampshire County Indictment charging the defendant Brian Camp with manslaughter, is he not guilty or guilty as charged?
Not guilty.
Members of the jury, hearken to your verdict as the court will record it. Upon your oath, you do say that the defendant Brian Camp is not guilty. This is a unanimous verdict of the jury. So say you, Madam Foreperson?
I do.
So say you, all members of the jury.
We do.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you. I'm going to have you step back out to the jury room. I do want to come back and personally thank all of you for your service here today. It was with great thanks that we, on behalf of the community, thank you for your service in this matter, and I'll be back to see you and the alternate jurors in just a moment. Thank you.
My mouth is hanging open, not guilty at manslaughter. I respect the jury and the decision, but Michael and Josh I am surprised, again, because of the 8 minutes, even though he testified in his own defense and
No.
described why it was self-defense.
No, if he was still getting up and coming towards him, it is self-defense. Oh, really? Oh. It's just a shit show now. It's an absolute shit show. It's totally gone off the rails, and I don't even think that I could remember the last time I heard Officer John O'Keefe's name being mentioned. And at the end of the day, he's the only one that matters. Well, she does too, but oh, didn't you? Yeah, I followed that, but she didn't even wait for the judge. Who didn't wait for the judge? I think I'm behind on chat. I don't know.
I thought for sure this jury was going to say guilty based on the evidence presented. Michael, you first.
Judge, actually, I always use the analogy of if the jury was a jury of robots versus a jury of human beings. A jury of robots would have convicted this man. In the first year of law school, in the first month of our criminal law class, we were taught the duty of retreat and how it works and when you become the aggressor versus the victim. And when somebody approaches you with a deadly weapon, if they are the aggressor, you can defend yourself. The minute they run away and they leave, let's just say he was running away from him for 8 minutes and Camp chased him for 8 minutes and he shot him, right? In law school, we were taught that means you were guilty of murder, right? But this is why when you have a jury of human beings versus robots, they make a human being decision. I'm sure that if I was a fly on the wall of that jury room, I would have heard them say he had his 2 kids in the room. The guy broke into his house at night. It's everybody's most visceral fear for somebody to break into their house to hurt him. This is my visceral fear, it's everybody's visceral fear. I think the jury was inflamed and they went to their most visceral fear and they made a decision based on visceral fear. I'm sure they thought that was justice, but the law itself says that Brian Camp should not have fired that second shot. I'm riveted by this. But now in every law school, when the criminal defense professor tells you that this is a crime, a smart, an intrepid kid will remind the professor, hey, but Camp was acquitted of this. And so there you go.
And you know, you're right. It's a law exam question. This is a live shot. You saw when they said not guilty, he started breathing, Josh. You could see him, exhale and kind of look around like, did I just hear that right? This is a huge verdict.
Go back and use their emotions, those inflamed emotions, and are absolutely willing to ignore the facts. They are. I think that if you pull those 100 robots, every single one of them is going to go, this is a violation of the law because you were supposed to stop using deadly force. You didn't have justification. There was the 8-minute wait. Boom. This is right out of when you learn the difference between murder, manslaughter.
Ready? Let's get our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcox.
And I'm Michael Ayala. We're both here today giving you your front row seat to justice.
And we begin this hour with that breaking news out of Massachusetts, where Brian Camp has just been found not guilty in the shooting death of his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Latender, back in December of 2022.
Camp actually took the stand last week to tell the jury that he shot in self-defense.
That's right.
The Commonwealth said a second shot
Especially
to
in
the defender's head,
Massachusetts.
approximately 8.5 minutes after the initial shot, showed that Camp used excessive and unnecessary force. The jury deliberated for just over 4 hours for siding with Camp.
And let me just ask you before we bring in our guest, your reaction to the verdict.
Oh, I'm very happy with the verdict, and I think the jury
Well,
felt
listen, Ricky,
probably the same way
straight
I felt. You know, I think they didn't want to give any sympathy at all to this victim because of he set the situation up, he set the whole thing in motion, and like our guest said earlier, it's all about worst fears.
Yeah, it is.
And Camp took the stand, which I think was important in this case, and he gave the jury reasons to acquit him. He explained to them that
It's a shame that they didn't actually televise the entire trial. It's a real shame because that would have been a good one. They only televised snippets of it.
he was still moving, and in his mind, there was a gun nearby. He could have gotten to it. The guy needed to be put down.
Yeah, I think you're right. If he hadn't testified, I think we'd have a different verdict in this case. Let's listen to the verdict first and then bring our guests in.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, as the jury agreed upon its verdict in Hampshire County Indictment 2380 CR 0032, Commonwealth versus Brian Camp?
Not guilty.
All right, let's bring in our guest. Still with us, criminal defense attorney Josh Schiffer, and joining us now, former prosecutor Mary David. Mary, welcome to our mix. We're happy to have you on board with us. Former prosecutor, tell us what you think of this verdict. Not guilty. There was an 8+ minute time between the first shot that the state argued incapacitated the victim and the second shot that then killed.
Going to exploit and really attach to the defense, a defense that is a little bit of a surprise, but certainly some.
I can't stand this guy, sorry. I want to see him rip his shirt off.
Them say he had his 2 kids in the room.
Oh, no, it'll be in there. I think I'll play this perhaps. Yeah. So, did you say that when he leaves the courtroom, he rips off his yellow shirt and it's got "World's Greatest Dad" under it or something? Is that right? I want to know what where that video is. Anyone know where? AI has to make lots of disclaimers. It's very incorrect. People can determine right from wrong. I don't mean crazy defense. The jury is supposed to be sound. Does anyone know where that video of him ripping his shirt off is? I wonder if it's on their website. Let's have a look, see. Good. TV. I wonder if it's this one.
Yes.
Same one. Yeah. No, it's the exact same one. Bugger. I wanted to see that. Hmm. Is this the sentencing that you watched, Cindy? Spencer Pearson. I didn't follow that one. Oh, oh. So the death penalty is on the table for Coburger. Wow. Did they move it? Have they moved the trial from Idaho, or because I think that was one of the motions, wasn't it? All right. Any requests? Shall we get on to get off there? Let's have a look and see what is on first, what's on second. Actually, we could. Oh, hang on. It might be on now. Hang on. No, it's not there. Where is it? Son of a. Nope, it's not there either. Nope. Bloody hell. Who's actually streaming this? Nobody. Where is it? Yeah. Nope. I have no idea where it's being streamed. So, yeah, I'm trying to find it, and I can't find anyone who's streaming it. The only way I can stream it is stream Brandy Churchwell's stream, because I know she's streaming it. I just don't know where she is getting her feed from. So, B. Where is it? There. Hey, Brandy. We're coming to play. Oh, God. Oh. Brandy. All right. So Brandy must be. It hasn't started yet. So Brandy must be in court. I'm tipping, because she has put share screen. And I can't stand this woman. I'm sorry. So this is Brandy's channel, 13th juror, and he has put Kathy from Gossip, Rumor and Innuendo to obviously manage her sight whilst the trial's on, whilst the sentencing hearing is on. She must be in. Oh. And she talks way, way, way too fast for me. And it hasn't even started yet. She's been live for nearly an hour and they still haven't started the hearing. So, yeah. Yeah. That's what I figured. But this is just too hectic for me, this lady, especially at 6 a.m. in the morning. I just can't. I can't deal with it. Oh, is that a link? I know. Yes. Well, in small doses I can, but not at 6 o'clock in the morning. All right. Thanks, Cindy. I will get into that link. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Here we go. Boys and girls. I just realized we have to listen to this.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're present in case number 2020 CF 2361, State of Florida versus
This
Lori
attorney.
Shaver. With the parties present, please identify themselves for the record.
Nick Camuccio on behalf of the state. Rich Buck on the state.
Oops.
Jeffrey Wiggs on behalf of Lori Shaver.
Lori Boomer, previously known as Lori Shaver.
Who
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear
has been
that the
hit
testimony you
with
give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you? Thank you.
a
All right,
massive
we are
dose
here
of
for sentencing
diplodotis.
today. All right, please proceed.
Here I do have a copy of the score sheet.
Right. Can you hear that? Did you all hear? I enjoy watching approximately 99% of true crime channels, pretty much. Metrics has got a very, very dry sense of humor, hasn't he? Very dry. Me, I'm just plain dirty. Yes, I made a comment when I was streaming this trial and realized that I think it was actually either a surgical scar or a head injury or something, and then I felt really, really bad. All right, this is thank you very much, Cindy. You are wicked. So who's playing? Is it Fox 6 or W? Oh, I knew it was a smaller channel. All right, tell me you can hear this.
Any objections to the score sheet, Mr. Wiggs?
No, Your Honor. And Your Honor, there are a couple of victim impact statements, and one of the victim's family members would like to give a statement.
I
Certainly.
haven't read it.
Please come up to the podium. Please state your name for the record.
Brian Douglas Shaver.
All right, please proceed, sir.
All right, dear Judge, the senseless and tragic murder of Michael Douglas Shaver has left an irreparable void in all of our lives. The devastating loss has not only taken away a beloved family member, but also deeply impacted his two innocent children. Michael Shaver was a son, a brother, a father, an uncle, and a friend. He was a kind, loving, and humorous soul. He cherished his family and friends more than anything. Despite the challenges he faced, he always found a way to connect with those he loved. However, his life was tragically cut short at the young age of 33. Lori Shaver's manipulative and narcissistic behavior isolated Michael from his family and friends, depriving us of a chance to be part of his life. Her actions not only led to his tragic death, but also perpetuated.
Buried him under the concrete fire pit. Buried in the backyard.
A harmful narrative that tarnished his memory and caused further pain to his loved ones, especially his children. Her actions did not stop the day she took his life and buried him within sight in her backyard. She continued to make choices that would impact both Michael's memory and the people around him for years to come, from stealing his identity impersonating his likeliness, marrying a new husband over his body, and putting the weight of a terrible tragedy on the shoulders of his daughter, having her to maintain that lie for
The
years.
attorney.
Lori Shaver's
Attorney.
actions not only ended Michael's life, but also stole his future. She deprived him of the chance to live life to its fullest, raise his children, spend time with his family, experience personal growth. For the past 9 years, she has walked free, while we have endured the pain of his absence and relived the events through the investigation. She has witnessed the growth of his children, all while shaping their perspective of him with lies and distortions. These stolen years can never be returned, and the void left in our lives is immeasurable. The impact of Lori Shaver's actions will forever scar our family. We mourn the loss of Michael and grieve for his children, who has been robbed of their father's love and guidance. The loss of Michael is a wound that will never fully heal. While justice may offer some solace, it cannot restore the life that was stolen or mend the
Yes,
broken
I
hearts
think.
left behind. Judge, we thank you for.
I think in her case, it's been very well used. Can you not? Got a wet cat that's just coming and shaking all over me.
Your time and consideration as you make this sentencing judgment regarding the heinous crime against Michael Douglas Shaver from the Shaver family. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I do have two other statements from friends of Mr. Shaver. First being Randolph Bean. To whom it may concern and all.
The hearsay statement during sentencing hearing.
Hearsay is admissible in sentencing, Judge.
Overruled. Please proceed.
To whom it may concern and all who may have need to view it. This document is an impact statement against Lori Shaver, who murdered her husband, Mike Shaver. Forgive me if it's too blunt or angry as I cut through my own anger to most clearly express my points. I beg your tolerance in this not being the typical statement going on at length about how much I miss my friend. I'm that annoying OCD guy that can't turn his mind off, notices everything and annoys everyone over details without trying to. I'm also the guy that's almost impossible to impress, so my feeling of Mike's merit is a rare thing for me to award anyone or thing. I can assure you I'm a lot nicer to talk to than read serious statements written by. Please bear with me as this document is at least now far shorter than the original 63 pages it started as. First, the victim himself, Mike Shaver. I knew and worked with him as a member of a very elite unlimited class air racing team for the most highly modified P-51 Mustang in history. Through that, I came to know that Mike had been a working commercial pilot at the start of a career, flying local commuter flights in a turboprop aircraft. This requires the rating, the hours, and also know of both piston and gas turbine engines to qualify for the job. He obtained his rating initially with financial help from his parents. At Lori's insistence and to separate from friends and family so as to control him, she demanded they move to Florida. He did so and was unable to find regional work as a pilot and thus took a job maintaining monorails at Disney. There he was noted as a great and reliable worker. Maintaining his interest in aviation, he volunteered for the PM race team. While not a certified AP, he is allowed under FAA rules to work on experimental class of aircraft. I saw and worked with him on things as diverse as a complete rewire of aircraft, rebuilding landing gear, custom constructing a carbon fiber canopy to reduce drag, and of course, internal work on the Rolls-Royce Griffin engine. This Mustang is only the third one so modified, and the other two were destroyed while racing. As a machine, he worked on literally the most advanced unlimited class racer ever built. He was not some ignorant flunky stuck with a dead-end job as a mechanic just out from under the shade tree of skill. I say this to illustrate that he was incredibly intelligent. At our last races, Mike, myself, and one other discussed forming a team for the IF1 class, known as the entry level to air racing. Mike, given his small stature, would have also been the pilot. He had agreed to pursue the idea. Friendship and shared tasks impressed me that he was an incredibly intelligent and funny person. You couldn't meet a nicer guy. I enjoyed getting to know him and look forward to the future friendship and plans we shared, all now shattered and gone. As to him being a person and parent, I can say that I've never met a man so worried about the welfare of his children. He endured all, including being murdered in hopes of protecting them. As a result, he was a badly battered husband, always bearing the brunt of Lori's outbursts and physical attacks.
Yes.
The court had only one instance to work with, and a bad one at that. Just after the
There's
event,
4
I
of
asked
them
Mike
here.
why he went to jail when she attacked and overwhelmed him. The photos clearly showed him with bleeding head trauma, torn clothing, and disoriented look. His statement to me was, the police showed up and I told them that she had threatened all of us with her gun. I was scared she would hurt the kids, so I tried to take it away from her. She hit me repeatedly in the head with the gun, ripped off my pocket trying to get the truck keys, and broke a bunch of other stuff too.
Who's this? What's this link for, Cindy? No tails here. My guy has a nub. What? Oh, has he been debarred? Mm-hmm. It won't be the first one, let me tell you.
The police listened to her and seemed to think I was abusing her and told us that they had to arrest somebody as it was a domestic violence case. I thought it would be best to protect the kids by not having their mother go to jail, so I agreed to be arrested. It was noted in the trial he had moved into a room at the hangar without explanation. He did so to remain close to the children as possible. Literally everyone on our team urged him to leave her ASAP, but he realized that domestic violence arrest would easily put the kids back in her care. Based on that, he tried to create a peace with her and moved back in. When I asked why, which nobody else did, he told me, I want to be there to protect my kids. If he had any failing, it was in self-preservation. You can't survive for yourself. You can't be there for anyone else. That's why I say I've never seen a man more dedicated to his children than Mike. If spirits exist after this life, I'm sure his is gutted at the lies and brainwashing used on his daughter. Those of us who know them all 100% know the things stated she claimed to have done so were impossible simply based on her tiny size at the time. He was a smart, funny, caring, and wonderful man. The world is truly a worse place without him in it. I think of
I'll
him
be back
often, and
in
the
a
pain and
moment.
frustration of his murder leaves me angry every time. Time has not lessened the pain. Since Mike's murder, an openly diverse group of his friends have reached out and found each other. For example, his long-term middle and high school girlfriend described how hurt she was that Lori stole him away from her. She wasn't angry at him, in fact, maintaining that he was an awesome guy and she wished she had never lost him. Even then, she feared for his safety and she was proven right. So many you will never hear from miss him. Mike himself was very guarded, but the small amount of information he admitted proved yet again Lori cares for nobody and will do whatever it takes, including murder, to please herself. I implore and demand you impose the harshest sentence that can be constructed. Punish her for the murder and the roundabout chaos and pain she caused all around her. It isn't about my personal feelings of loss. Those compose only a tiny part of the reason for the harsh sentence. It's about repeating the mistakes of so many legal system failures I have seen. Mike, a good man, was done so very wrong, and all the other abused husbands with no place to turn for help, you were their only chance. Randolph Bean. Also have a statement from a Scott Skrzycki.
That's just for the record, same objection as to the hearsay and the opinion testimony at this.
Overruled.
Your Honor, Lori Shaver has demonstrated multiple times her lack of remorse or resentment pertaining to the crimes she has committed. Lori has willingly and without one single ounce of guilt damaged her children mentally by influencing them through instruction and uttering false statements since she murdered Michael in a feeble attempt to mask her crimes. Lori assumed Michael's online identity, posing as Michael to myself, his other friends, and family to gain additional privilege of prolonged freedom, lengthening the time before she was able to be held accountable for her crimes. We will never get Michael back, and her family will never get his children's innocence back. Lori's inhuman, ruthless, and savage actions, and especially her lack of any repentance, indicate that she will never change. If the time and place ever come where Lori will be returned to society, she deliberately and knowingly tried to deceive and attempt to falsify her innocence, I fully expect she will again incite bedlam and turmoil with whomever she associates with. She expects life to be a one-way street for her and in her favor. She has proven that when things do not go her way, there is no limit to the actions she is willing to take. I humbly and respectfully ask the court to impose the harshest sentence that is possible. Thank you, Scott Skrzycki. Your Honor, I do want to say that there have been various references within these victim impact statements and also in the pre-sentence investigation that talk about the fact that Ms. Shaver, now Ms. Filmer, has shown a total lack of remorse for her actions. I want to be clear that as far as any statements about that lack of remorse, especially from the PSI and the statements that I made, have nothing whatsoever to do with her expressing her innocence, maintaining her innocence, asking for a trial, asking for the jury to determine what the facts of this case are. That would be completely inappropriate and not an appropriate thing for the court to take into consideration for sentencing. When I talk about her lack of remorse, I refer to the actions that she took after her killing of her husband and all the actions that she took to help cover that up. That includes lying to friends and family members, acting as if Michael Shaver was still alive, knowing full well what she had done. And those lies and manipulation extended not only to friends and family members of Michael Shaver, but his own children. That is, when I discuss her lack of remorse, that is what I am discussing. And that is something permissible for the court to consider her actions leading up to her arrest. Ms. Shaver is quite possibly the most manipulative defendant I have ever had charged with murder, and the extent that she went to cover her tracks deserved the harshest penalty. and I ask for life in prison on this case.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Wiggs.
Yes, Judge, I'll just briefly summarize some of the evidence, ask the court to consider such evidence that the court heard before it throughout the trial. I point out to the court that Ms. Shaver was not convicted of an accessory, as the state may allude to, but we heard evidence in this manner. There was digital evidence that was presented by the state. In advance of trial, I moved to exclude the digital data inasmuch as Facebook did not have any connective links as to the evidence, could not be linked to an IP address, a user, a location, or a device. Likewise, there was no business record certificate offered by the state to authenticate the records. Instead, they just simply declared the records did not exist at this time. Despite that, the court allowed such evidence. Likewise, there was, aside from a lack of a connective link between Lori Shaver and any physical evidence, what seemed to be the body of the state's case, there was a couple cards that were testified to. Defense counsel moved to exclude that, claiming that there was no handwriting analysis that had been conducted, and I think that's Proctor, that was in my motion, and nobody that could testify as to the authentication of the handwriting. That was read into evidence by a witness, wasn't simply ushered into evidence, but was read into evidence. And that had no connective link offered during the trial to Lori Shaver. Likewise, there was reference to a sale of guns. Not one single gun that the state elicited testimony about had any actual involvement in the crime itself. I filed a pretrial motion on that to exclude it, and I think the relevant case was a case, I believe it was Agathis, that should be excluded. The case was appealed and reversed on that same basis itself. There was a gun that was actually entered into evidence by the state. Expert claiming that it had no connective link. It was just the type of gun. It had characteristics of the gun. No different than taking a picture of a white man or a black person leaving the scene of a crime and say he was this color. That was the connective link that the state relied upon. It had no probative value in this matter. Simply offered this prejudicial impact. The court will remember there was no connective link between the gravesite and Lori Shaver. There was no DNA. There was no any clothing, anything that had a connective link to Lori Shaver in the form of DNA, hair samples, or anything in that matter. The state, you may recall, tried to downplay this. I think it was Mr. Buxman questioning the witness saying, well, you're not surprised that there's no link between that given the degraded condition of the straps that were found in the grave. Ignoring the fact that possibly there was no connective link, being there was never at any time any DNA or evidence on those straps. The same way with the tarp. There was a blue tarp. Reminded the court that I brought out on cross-examination. The state did not take it upon themselves to do any kind of forensic analysis to see who, if anybody, had purchased that tarp, nor did they do any DNA analysis on that tarp to see if it had been drug across the ground and how it got to the gravesite. I would bring that to the attention of the court. There was also testimony, unrefuted, from the medical examiner that there were buccal swabs connected to Michael Shaver, which indicated that there had been some force or trauma at a point post death or after the death of Michael Shaver. It was testified in the court, heard testimony that the boyfriend at that time, Mr. Townsend, had, they believe, removed the body only to return it later. There was no evidence that Lori Shaver had moved the body, and that could not be accounted for. That was brought out in evidence. It was likewise objected to throughout the trial continuously as to the form of the introduction by the state. I brought to the attention of the court that the state entirely relied on circumstantial claims of evidence. And that would be, it was always everything the state declared was going to be a timeline link, anything that came into evidence, whether it was the gun, whether it was the sale of guns, whatever it was, that would be their claim. I presented to the court a case, Smith versus Carlisle, which went back through the history of circumstantial evidence and reinstated a case called Volcker. And there the Supreme Court had declared if the state's going to rely on circumstantial evidence, there must be a foundation for that evidence that's not subject to any other reasonable interpretation except that of guilt. At no time did the state throughout this trial, not one single time, did they establish any foundation upon which these circumstantial claims were based. And that instead they argued to the jury in their closing, it was just a totality of these circumstances that they could hang their verdict upon. Now, we understand there's a minimum mandatory of 25 years in this case, Judge, and the court can impose a life sentence in this case. based on the evidence, the undisputed facts as I've just brought to the attention of the court, we'd ask for the minimum mandatory of 25 years be imposed against Lori Shaver. That would be our recommendation to the court at this stage. And Ms. Shaver, I know in the PSI, she had sent the court a letter as to her feelings, impressions, and her sentiment about the matter. I presume it's made a part of the record for the purposes of the sentencing, and I presume that the court has reviewed that as well.
I have reviewed the letter, Mr. Wiggs.
Thank you, Judge.
Is there anything further?
Just, and I sympathize with the family that's here. I know they have heartfelt feelings about it and emotions. It's not testimony in the sense that it's offered anything to establish the state's case. And I am sympathetic as to the scenario that they found themselves. The court would be reminded, though, and also in this case, that there was evidence of physical abuse by Mr. Shaver, and there was nothing that really contradicted that in this trial. I bring that to the attention of the court as well. And I think all these facts would justify at least the minimum mandatory imposition.
All right. Does your client wish to address the court?
Do you need 1 second? Okay. No, she doesn't, Judge.
Is there anything further?
Nothing further from the defense.
Anything further from the state?
No, sir.
Please present your client for sentencing. All right. Lori Shaver Filmer, in case number 2020 CF 2361, having been found guilty by a jury of your peers of the offense of murder in the second degree with a firearm and having been adjudicated guilty of the offense of murder in the second degree with a firearm, the court hereby sentences you to a term of life in the Florida Department of Corrections. Standard fines, fees, and costs will be assessed. Mandatory court costs will be assessed. You will have 30 days to appeal. Do you wish to have appellate counsel appointed?
Yes, Judge, and I've prepared motions for the court. At this stage, I filed 2 notices of appeal. The clerk sent one prematurely to the DCA, and it got returned. I advised them that the state had inadvertently sent it in advance of the sentencing. So that was returned yesterday. I filed was dated or identified as a second notice of appeal, and I've sent the clerk a letter. Wait to the sentencing to send this. I've likewise filed with the court a motion for appointment of declare the defendant indigent for costs and to request that the public defender's office be appointed. The JAC has received the pleading. They said they have no input on the matter, and they've been noticed for the hearing as well.
All right. State have any objection?
No.
Okay. Well, court will appoint appellate counsel for Miss Lori Shaver Filmer.
Very well.
All right. Do you have a proposed order?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I have a proposed order. If I may.
Madam Clerk has an order, Mr. Wiggs, so we'll use the order that Madam Clerk has prepared.
And Your
Is there
Honor,
anything further from the state?
just real briefly, as a matter, when you refer to the standard costs, that would include the $100 cost of prosecution.
Yes, $100 cost of prosecution will be imposed.
Thanks, sir.
There's one thing, and I know it's not binding on DOC, but the court can state in an input that as to placement, Ms. Filmer at this stage has requested that the court recommend placement at the Gadsden facility in North Florida for family visitation at this stage.
State have any objection?
No, that's completely up to the Department of Corrections.
And again, that is up to the discretion of the Department of Corrections. The court can merely make a recommendation, and it is so recommended that Ms. Lori Shaver Filmer be housed at Gadsden.
Thank you,
Correctional.
Judge. Thank you.
Is there anything further from the parties?
Nothing.
Wiggs?
from the defense.
There's
Thank
nothing further than we'll adjourn.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. We're adjourned.
you. Judge, I'm sorry.
Okay.
While we're all present still, just for purposes of the record and preservation, I'd renew all the pretrial motions to renew my motion for judgment of acquittal and judgment notwithstanding the verdict for purposes of the appeal. I don't think it's necessary, but I just do it on the record at this stage.
Any response from the state?
Okay.
And all prior motions were respectfully denied.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Oh, shite. Sorry. I had to feed some moggies and it stopped. What was the sentence? What was the outcome? Oh, you missed it too, Cindy.
And there was nothing that really contradicted that in this trial.
As a matter, when you refer to the standard costs, that would include the $100 cost of prosecution.
Yes,
Yes, we
$100 cost of
definitely had to do
prosecution will be
that.
imposed.
And I had
There's
to
one
make
thing,
another
and I know it's not
coffee.
it's not binding on DOC,
Had some
but the
blood
court
to my
can
caffeine
state in
system.
an input that as to placement, Ms. Filmer at this stage has requested that the court recommend placement at the Gadsden facility in North Florida for family visitation at this stage.
State have any objection?
No, that's completely up to the Department of Corrections.
And again, that is up to the discretion of the Department of Corrections. The court can merely make a recommendation, and it is so recommended that Ms. Lord.
Verdict upon. Now, we understand there's a brought to the attention of the court. We'd ask for the minimum mandatory of 25 years be imposed against Lori Shaver. That would be our recommendation to the court at this stage. It's necessary, but I just do it on the record at this stage.
Court can merely make a recommendation, and it is so recommended that Ms. Lori Shaver Filmer be housed at Gadsden.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Is there anything further from the parties?
I missed it. What was it?
There's nothing further than we'll adjourn.
Claims of evidence, and that would be, it was always everything the state mandatory at 25. That would be our repressions, and reviewed that as well. Sympathetic minded though of the court as well.
Lori Shaver Filmer, in case number 2020 CF 2361, having been found guilty by a jury of your peers of the offense of murder in the second degree with a firearm and having been adjudicated guilty of the offense of murder in the second degree with a firearm, the court hereby sentences you to a term of life in the Florida Department of Corrections. Standard fines, fees, and costs will be assessed. Mandatory court costs will be assessed. You will have 30 days to appeal. Do you wish to have appellate counsel appointed?
Yes, Judge, and I've prepared motions for the court.
So
At this stage,
life, no parole. Good job. Good job. My Roku, we've just had to change over to Hubble because Roku doesn't work here anymore, unfortunately. All right, let's have a little musical interlude, shall we? I found another one of my favorite songs that he sings. It's a Linda Ronstadt version, or it's a Linda Ronstadt song. It's actually the my ringtone on my mobile phone. So let's share this screen, and this is my cousin Aaron doing his version of Sitting in Limbo.
Sitting here in limbo, but I know it won't be long. Sitting here in limbo, like a bird without a song. Meanwhile, they're putting up resistance, but I know that my faith will lead me on. Meanwhile, they're putting up resistance, but I know that my faith will lead me on. Meanwhile, they're putting up resistance, but I know that my faith will lead me on.
Yay. All right. I will put his I'll put his channel in chat. Copy. Paste. Ta-da. There you go. That is his channel. When you do go onto it, these are all he recently just bought his own house, so he set up a studio. So all of these ones are him just at home singing. But he this is hysterical, this video here. The Setting Sun, he actually wrote this song. He's got an album out as well, but this is part of the second album he has yet to release. But it's funny because the car in it, like, so his dad, we're a WOG family, okay? So there is 19 of us. There was 5 children, and from that, the 5 children, they had children, and then there was 19 procreations from that. And so there's 2 boys above me, and I am the eldest girl. There's only 3 girls out of the 19, and the 2 boys come from the same parents, which is his dad. So the eldest of all of us, our generation, is his dad and his dad's brother. And so in Melbourne, the western suburbs is to explain, like, it's a very ethnic community, and that's the side of town they grew up, and we grew up in more the countryside of the town, like an hour away, but completely different. And so the 2 boys basically were car mad. So anything that was a Chevy or, you know, muscle car, like his dad has done up, it was a HZ or a HJ original, right? Absolutely beautiful. He still owns it to this day. It's pristine. Yeah, so they would just do up cars, and that was what they did over there. And so this particular car that's in that car there is owned by his uncle. So if that makes sense. So the 2 boys older than me, they're brothers. The eldest one is his father, and the next one down is his uncle. So his uncle restored this car, and Aaron asked if he could use it for the video clip in country Australia. And of course, you know, they didn't have a huge budget. So at the start of this, he pulls up at a service station and pretends to put fuel in his car. And then as he leaves the service station, there's 2 blokes sitting at a table outside that say g'day to him. And it's his dad and his uncle. I'll just play the start of it. It's hysterical. Because they're just like, g'day, mate. So they actually own this car. Fully restored it. There you go. So that's Aaron, the singer. That's Aaron's dad, here in the hat. And that's his uncle who owns the car. So these 2 here are my cousins in my generation, and he is my kids' cousins. So yeah.
G'day, fellas. Where you heading, mate? You know,
G'day, fellas. We're in, mate. I couldn't get more Occo if you tried. Hey, Anna. How is you, love? Oh, dear. All right. So, what are we watching? What we have, yay. I do believe that it's been a unanimous decision that we're not watching the Karen Reid hearing. So let's have some suggestions, shall we? Let's get on to it's called TV. When Crime Trials is live. Who are they playing? Oh no, I'm not doing bloody Rico. That's one I could not get into at all. Jesus, the sentencing for Spencer Pearson went for 6.5 hours. Wow. Wow. Shall I play the last I've got a short version of it. Let me okay, let's make it big screen. No, I just can't. Yeah, it doesn't start for another hour and a half yet.
Are there any
As
matters that
anxious
we
as
need to
you are,
address
don't you
before
worry.
the court imposes a sentence from the state, from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any legal reason why this court cannot impose a sentence at this time, Mr. Katurgis?
No, Your Honor.
I don't know anything about this case, but apparently the sentencing hearing was a tearjerker.
This court has given this case a tremendous amount of thought, not just today, but in the days and weeks leading up to this sentencing hearing.
I heard you.
This is a difficult case. This court has faced several very difficult cases recently, and this one is no different.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The defense in this case has filed a motion and requested for this court to depart below the guideline sentence. As previously stated, the minimum sentence based upon the guidelines is 227.25 months in Florida State Prison. In analyzing the defense's motion and request for the court to downward depart, the defense has presented throughout the course of this sentencing hearing evidence and testimony that would meet the preponderance of the evidence that would permit this court to deviate and downward depart. The court does find that the defense has met its burden, showing the defendant's capacity to appreciate the criminal nature of the conduct.
So we're here this morning to inform the public.
He does require some specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is unrelated to substance abuse or addiction or for physical disability, and the defendant is amenable to treatment. I don't know that I agree that this was an unsophisticated manner. I'm not going to find that as to that factor. And I do believe that the defendant is old enough to appreciate the consequences of the offense. So the only factor that the court does find that the defense has met is the fact that he does require some specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is unrelated to substance abuse or addiction or for physical disability. That does not, the analysis of downward departure does not stop at the defense's meeting the threshold and establishing by preponderance of the evidence that there are mitigating circumstances that would permit
God, could you talk any slower?
that guideline sentence. The second prong of that analysis is whether or not the court should. June 3rd of 2023, the events that unfolded on that afternoon were horrific. This defendant launched a vicious attack on a 17-year-old girl who had done nothing but show him love, and only weeks earlier had done her part to try to save his life when he attempted suicide. The same person that tried to save his life, he violently and viciously attacked. Many folks in this courtroom have declared Kennedy Armstrong a hero. This court has no quarrel with that assessment. Kennedy Armstrong is most certainly a hero. And but for his actions and the actions of Madison's mother, this defendant would have successfully killed Madison Chimmons. That crime, the crime that was described and shown here today, and the result of that crime, and the impact of this crime that it has had on all three of the victims in this case, leads this court to the conclusion that any deviation below the guidelines is inappropriate. So I'm denying the defendant's motion for downward departure. I have considered the mitigating circumstances that have been well presented by the defense in this case. Mr. Kachergis, you have done an excellent job in representing your client and providing this court with mitigation. And this court has carefully thought and weighed and considered your client's age, his lack of any prior criminal history, the fact that he was suffering from clearly a depressive state of mind when this happened, his age. This court does not impose a sentence based on vengeance, as was
I've got this cranked at
Courts are not here
1.5
to
speed,
sentence out of vengeance.
and it still
This court
sounds slow.
has carefully thought about all of the mitigation in this case. But the crime that was committed, the impact that this crime has had on Madison, Jacqueline, and Kennedy, it just far outweighs any of the mitigation that this court has considered. There are just certain crimes that are committed that merit the maximum possible sentence.
So, are the victims, is this lady here one of the victims?
And this court finds that this is one of them. Mr. Pearson, you have entered a plea of guilty to 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a weapon.
It's
As
not
to counts 1 and 3.
it's not going to be streamed, my love. The Judge Morgan hasn't allowed any of the hearings to be streamed, but we do have a contact person down in Key West, and they're hoping to have set up a reporter in the courtroom to bring us an update when we've got one. So the hearing doesn't start till 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the second that we hear something, we will announce it. Okay, but yeah, no one is streaming it. It is not live. Unless this, because the last hearing, that same reporter was able to plug Steve into the media feed. That's why he was able to get a snippet of the last hearing. And there was a chance that may happen again, but I'm waiting to hear back on that one. All right. But either way, you will definitely hear it one way or the other from here. All righty. We're just killing time at the mini, and taking requests.
3 of the information, you are adjudicated guilty. You are sentenced to serve the remainder of your life in prison. As to count 5, you are adjudicated guilty. You are sentenced to serve 30 years in Florida State Prison. All sentences are to run concurrent with each other. And the clerk, please reflect that he is 536
Florida as well.
days that he has previously served and imposed the standard felony court costs. Mr. Pearson, you have 30 days to appeal the legality of this court sentence. If you wish to appeal, you cannot afford an attorney while we award. This court is adjourned.
So was that 2 life sentences that he just got?
As to the remaining counts. Mr. Pearson, approach.
I might have to go back and watch this trial, I think. I'm assuming it was streamed on West Coast News. Is that his mum? Florida prison isn't the nicest of venues either. Bye-bye. Do the crime, do the time. Right. Where to next, peeps? I might have to, so that's the stabbed ex-girlfriend 17 times. So does this actually have the full trial? Hmm. It doesn't look like it. Hmm. Isn't pleaded guilty to 2 counts of attempted first degree with a weapon. No, his mum was broken heart on that day. She didn't give 2 giggles or shits about anyone, but he was, yeah. Mm-hmm. How about this one? No? No? Couldn't help myself. All right. So, does anyone know where this trial, I can watch the whole thing, like what channel it was on? Pearson, is it? This is the one I'm waiting for, this one here. The Brian Walsh. Child TV Live. Oh, okay. I got that one. There it is right there. Florida. That's the sentencing. I'll have a look at the playlist. There we go. Oh, well, that's helpful. This is going to be another horrific one. Stephen Stearns. Oh, it's going to be nasty. We followed that one. Coon. Where the bloody hell is it? Oh, that was bizarre. That was the witchcraft one. Oh my God. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's the one. That's one I will be covering over Christmas. Chandler Holderson. Care of Udhef. Oh, I can't find it. All right. It's not there. Yes, it was what's his name? Daisy. Yes. It's in my playlist. You'll see witchcraft murder trial. Tyler Daisy, that's his name. And yeah, it was nasty, but there was a funny we had a funny it was a funny segment where so Tyler Daisy lives with his mother, or had moved back in with his mother, and she was living there with herself and the dog, and he moved into the back room, and he unalived both her and the dog on the couch and her in her own bed, and then went back into his room, where he got back into his makeshift bed, which was pretty much a mattress and blankets on the floor. And when the police arrived to arrest him, he was naked and they rolled him over, and he was what you could call fairly excited. And so they put him in a hazmat suit and took him down to the station, and he emptied his bladder into said hazmat suit on more than one occasion. And it just so happens that one of my one of my mods is he's a respiratory airway specialist, and he was in chat and he pops up on screen in a hazmat suit. It was so funny. It was so funny. Yeah, yeah, yep, yep, yep. Except he didn't drink it. He just soaked in it until his toes went wrinkly, no doubt. Gross. Yeah, weird one. Right. So, well, what thing have we got? What's that? Let's have a look, see. Oh. Yeah. Oh, so it was on Court TV. Okay. Shit hot. Thank you. I will. No. It's not even in a bloody playlist. Oh, it shits me when they do that. Anyway, I'll find it eventually. All right. So, what have I missed? What's going once, going twice? Yeah, it was a few months ago, but yes. Yes, he was definitely marinating in it. It was disgusting. Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm trying to find the rest of the trial. Like, I can find the sentencing, but I can't find the rest of it. Who's streaming it, or who actually had it? All right, what shall we watch next? What's happening? I'm not doing Rico. Sorry. What's Steve got on? Oh, he's doing the police officer. Apparently, this police officer set off a taser and it caused a fire somehow. Where is that at? Florida again. There you go. It's not Florida, it's Georgia. What's Grandma doing? Words on stream. This is a great channel, Grandma. She has heaps and heaps of trivia stuff and games. It's good fun. What's her next one? Oh, she live now, is she? Thanks. Oh, it's countdown. Unless she's on there. No. What about a bit of flasher? Like a little bit of flasher. Oh, come on. He went off the other day. It was funny as. All right. Should we watch today's flasher? From here. But a local radio station does the freaking full files. Oh. The Floridians. A local radio station. That would be awesome to listen to. Freaking full files. Are we all happy with a bit of flasher whilst we wait? We've got an hour. Let's have a look, see. Let's roll, nerds. Oh, really haven't biggened this screen, haven't I? Oh, where did my...
All right, nerds, let's roll. Ready?
Is that every time? Let's roll, nerds.
You said Burleson?
Yes. Oh, I've still got it on.
Suffragette City. Lean it on me, 'cause you can't run to them. How many times has Miss Burleson taken off? Your case is 1,111 days old, and you've taken off repeatedly. If they gave you a PR bond, yes, no, give her a PR bond, another.
You said that was a woman.
I have that Jillian is still representing her. Is that right?
That's what I have, Judge. She was attached before the bond was posted, so I'm thinking she was in another county when we appointed her.
Okay, take a seat for me. You're not allowed to leave. We do something today. Okay.
All right, Judge, next is page 2. In there.
All right, Mr. Amer, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent.
Judge Fleischer.
Anything you say can or will be
Great.
used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you, sir.
Officers were dispatched to a highway in Harris County, Texas by the Toll Road Authority in response to a vehicle blocking a lane on the tollway. Officers found the defendant asleep in the driver's seat. Upon waking the defendant, the officer noticed a strong odor of alcoholic beverage, slurred speech, and red glossy eyes. Defendant admitted to having one mixed drink. SFSTs were conducted, 6 out of 6 HGN, 3 out of 8 walk and turn, 2 out of 4 one-leg stand. Upon a search of the vehicle, the officers found a bottle of tequila 1/3 full directly behind the driver's seat. DICs were read and breath was denied. Blood warrant signed and executed. The defendant has no other DWIs and his license is eligible.
Okay. So it's charged, I see here, with an open container.
Yes, Judge. I think it was that bottle of tequila they found. It was
Is there any kind of, any cup in a cup holder or anything, any evidence that has consuming other than that?
I don't see any in the DIMS, Judge. I don't think we have the OR in just yet.
So,
Yeah,
I like him because he's
anything else
fair.
in the DIMS, Judge.
you said they did field sobriety test on the scene or did not?
They did, Judge.
What was it again?
6 out of 6 HGN, 3 out of 8 walk and turn, and 2 out of 4 one-legs.
Got it. Okay. Mr. Amer, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward.
If he doesn't think there is probable cause, he will turn it away, which is very fair.
Your case. Do you have a valid Texas driver license, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you have valid liability insurance in your name?
Yes, sir.
You have car insurance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're not allowed to drive unless you have both. I am, as a condition of your bond, ordering you not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs. I will randomly
That's
test.
what I wanted to show you. I emailed this to myself. My daughter was over this afternoon. Sorry. I just checking my emails because I'm waiting to hear back from Steve. But yeah, my daughter came over this afternoon and stayed for dinner, which is another reason why I was late. And she sent me this article. Yeah. Okay. So apparently, this couple, this lady was pregnant. She went into labor, and went to hospital, and the baby got stuck in her pelvis, and so I'll read it out to you. It's horrific. Dr. Tracy St. Julian is being sued for gross negligence by Jessica Ross and Trevon Taylor, whose son died at Southern Regional Hospital during a complicated birth. So basically the baby got stuck in the birth canal. The shoulders were too wide, which should have been picked up in any of her prenatals. So the lawyers claimed Dr. St. Julian had been too forceful with the baby during the delivery. So Corey Lynch, one of their legal team, said the couple was so excited about the birth of their first child. Unfortunately, their dreams and hopes turned into a nightmare that was covered up by Southern Regional Medical Center, he said. Now, this is triggering, so trigger warning. All right, it's nasty. Medical examiner's office at Clayton County Police are investigating the case, which they were made aware of on the 13th of July, though the death occurred on the 9th of July. According to the attorney's statement, Dr. St. Julian attempted to deliver the baby vaginally using different methods, including applying traction to the baby's head. So whether that was via suction or forceps, whatever. Lawyer Roderick Edmond, also representing the parents, who is also a doctor, alleged Dr. St. Julian had applied ridiculously excessive force to the baby. Dr. St. Julian came in and she, in the process of trying to deliver the baby, pulled on the baby's head and neck so hard and manipulated them so hard that the bones of the baby's skull, face, and neck were broken. He said when the womb was opened, so what happened was then they did an emergency Caesar. When the womb was opened, the feet came out, the body came out, and there was no head. What the fuck? The baby was not able to be delivered. That's not the worst of it. That's not the worst of it. The baby was not able to be delivered vaginally due to shoulder dystocia. The baby's shoulders became stuck in the birth canal. Dr. St. Julian, a board-certified obstetrician and gynecologist, did not proceed with a caesarean delivery at the appropriate time, as previously requested by the couple. Mrs. Ross and Mr. Taylor, both 21, attended a news conference on Wednesday, blah, 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 blah. Mr. Lynch alleged in graphic detail the measures staff had taken to cover up the horrific incident, including wrapping the baby's body in a blanket and propping his head up to make it look like it was still attached. So they didn't even tell the parents. They just said, sorry, your baby didn't survive. Yeah. He claimed the medical staff failed to report the incident. The couple only found out what had happened to their son whilst they were making arrangements at the crematorium 4 days after his death. And it was only because the funeral director contacted them. And I sent myself the YouTube link. Where is it? Because there is a video on it. Of course, there's a YouTube video on it. There we go.
That consistent with our initial complaint that was filed back in August of 2023, it was neck trauma, namely a fracture of the bones in the neck and damage to a baby Travion Taylor Jr. spinal cord that causes death, and not any other complications associated with shoulder dystocia. We did this again 6 months ago. I told you all what shoulder dystocia was. Shoulder dystocia just means when a baby's coming down the birth canal, the bones basically get stuck in the pelvis. It is a phenomenon that occurs. It is not extremely rare. Every qualified, board-certified obstetrician and gynecologist should know how to deal with it. And so that's what a shoulder dystocia is. For background purposes, for people who weren't here 6 months ago, Miss Ross was full term on July the 9th, 2023. She was 37 weeks pregnant. And when she went into Southern Regional Medical Center, she went in with the full expectation of having a healthy baby when she was discharged. However, tragically, during her delivery, the baby was decapitated. The baby was decapitated for sure as a result of a complication from the shoulder dystocia. But the standards of care are very, very simple. When there's a shoulder dystocia, there's certain tried and true things that must be done, positions that must be assumed by the patient herself with the assistance of the nurses, things that must be done by the nurses, putting fundal pressure, things of that sort. And it should be an alert that's made to all people in the hospital so that other people can come and get fresh eyes on the situation and give this baby the best chance of coming into this world full, whole, and healthy. And our complaint is very clear that we allege that this was not done. The cause of the death again was the baby's neck was broken while Dr. St. Julian was applying excessive traction on the baby's neck in the face of the shoulder dystocia. This is something that is clearly contraindicated. No credible, no reasonably competent obstetrician should ever do this. You're supposed to do maneuvers and different maneuvers in order to basically get the baby out. And if in fact that doesn't work, then you go to a C-section. Unfortunately, as you all recall, right after we filed the suit back in August of 2023, representatives from Southern Regional Medical Center, they came out with a statement saying that the baby was dead before the decapitation, really implying that it was complications of the shoulder dystocia that killed the baby.
Yes, that should have been picked up, as I said, in her prenatal stuff. That it's incompetency all round. It's disgusting, absolutely disgusting. So, yeah. I couldn't believe it when she told me. It's like, what the fuck? Really? This is like 2024, people. Yeah, sorry. Good morning. 4:20 all day. We are killing time, pretty much, so to speak. The hearing for Ty starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we are waiting to hear any updates from there. So we're just basically jumping around and freestyling some streams. So we're going to do a bit more flasher, but that was a news story that my daughter was telling me about today. That was horrific. Oof. So yes, welcome. Welcome. And I will move myself back up there. Did they just... So what happened was that the poor woman went into labour and the shoulders got stuck in the birth canal. So the obstetrician tried too hard to pull the baby out of the birth canal and then decided to do the cesarean section after that. But when they went in via the stomach, like when they went to open her up, they were able to get the baby's legs and abdomen out, but the head stayed in the birth canal. And then they tried to wrap it up because, of course, you're in theatre. You can't see what's happening. She had no idea. She would have had an epidural in, so you wouldn't have felt it. They wrapped this baby up and propped the baby's head up and didn't tell her that's what had happened. They tried to hide it. And it wasn't until the funeral directors rang them 4 days later that they actually found out that their baby had been decapitated, literally. It's, yeah, it's bloody awful. So let's watch some flasher. We've got 40 minutes.
You, if I find that you're consuming
My
alcohol or illegal
email,
drugs, I
Steve.
will revoke your bond, put you in
He's got
jail.
any
You
further
will not get any more PR bonds. You understand? Okay, I see that you have a lawyer. I don't know where he is. However, you have to understand that you must stay in contact with Mr. Thiessen, and he will tell you if and when you have to come back to court. For now, what we're going to do is we're going to have you get all the paperwork ready, and then we'll just have you take a seat while we wait for your lawyer to arrive. Okay?
Your Honor, I spoke to Mr. Thiessen.
Last I saw, he was in Hawaii. Is that right? Is he still in Hawaii?
Yes, sir.
Is he sending someone? Do you know?
No, so I let him know that based on current family situation, I won't be able to afford the fees anymore.
Okay, you have a lawyer now. I'm not going to talk to you about that without your lawyer present. When you have a lawyer, I'm not allowed to talk to you about the case. All said and done now is that you have a lawyer. They filed to represent you, so you have them as your lawyer for now. Listen to them. Perhaps you can work something out with them. I know that they're very reasonable and they'll put you on a payment plan. You can pay as you go, but just don't screw around, you know? You need a lawyer to represent you. You have one now. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. They're just not here now. So for now, I'm going to have you go sign a receipt, Victoria. We'll have you meet with pre-trial for your bond conditions, and after that, you'll be free to go. Okay? Please.
Case 5, Haywood, come on up.
So no alcohol, no drugs in the brand new ways.
Thank you, sweetheart. We do. Yep.
Who did she say? Morgan. Morgan. What was the last name?
Haywood.
You were Kristen Haywood.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Haywood, you were charged with theft of service. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, ma'am.
Officers are dispatched to a tow lot in Harris County, Texas.
You have a time?
After the defendant's car had been
Wrench
towed to the
status.
location, the defendant arrived to get her car and was told that she owed $344 to get her car, and told the complaining witness that she would pay, but then play with the card, but then later dispute the charge on her card. The complaining witness then told the defendant that she now had to pay in cash. The defendant then made her way into the lot and got into her vehicle and attempted to leave. The complaining witness jumped in front of her vehicle and was struck by the right side of the vehicle, sustaining a knee injury. Officers observed the incident on surveillance.
So she hit the person with the car
Yes, Judge.
and they're not charging with aggravated assault?
No, it could be because you jumped in front of her. I don't know, but no, this is the only charge.
You're extremely lucky that you're not facing serious felony charges at this time, Ms. Haywood. I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Do you have a valid Texas driver license? Do you have liability insurance in your name? Are you sure? I don't know about taking our privilege to drive away. I mean, we have.
Ah, sweet. All right. So he wasn't able to plug into a live feed this time, but we do have a reporter in the courtroom that's been cleared to film on his phone, and they'll be sending that out after the hearing. He's not sure how quickly that will arrive, though. So we will definitely be hearing something. All right. That's our update.
At this time, I'm ordering you not to have any contact with the complaining witness in this case and not to be in possession of any weapons.
Yes, sir.
If I find that you become a danger to my community, I'm going to lock you up. You will not get any more PR bonds. Do you understand, man?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do everything in my power to protect the community, and I'm at a loss why they haven't filed additional charges, but you need a lawyer to represent you, ma'am, and we're going to give you time to hire a lawyer. So I'm going to have you go to Victoria, sign a reset. After that, I'll have you take your seat in the jury box. So we get your bond conditions. We'll have you sign it, and after that, you'll be free to go.
Yes, sir.
Be careful out there, ma'am.
Judge, next is case 6. Houlihan, come on up.
Mr. Dixon. Mr. Houlihan, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. Today, you get a Scram ankle monitor on your ankle, so we know that you're not consuming alcohol. Do you have one now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You violate conditions again, I'm going to triple, if not quadruple the bond. At some point, someone is going to stop ponying the money to get you out. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Judge, if I may, the state has offered me a plea today. Wanted to know, would you be amenable to a time served plea or 18-month probation plea?
As long as he doesn't have any prior DWIs, I'm always okay with the time served.
Yes, sir.
You know, unless there's restitution. If there's restitution, then I always want the other party to be made whole. Morgan, what say you? Is there any restitution that's available or due, like to an accident and or any prior DWIs?
There's no prior DWIs, Judge. I believe that there had been one that was dismissed that was out of county. but
Like
I
in a
don't believe
daytime
any other
server.
convictions.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Especially with the fact that he's had nothing but bond violations in this case. I think that if we were to entertain time served, you know, what would scare me is to wrap your car around a pole. It's the last thing we want you to do is to kill someone or even kill yourself because just not getting it. We've had a lot of issues with you, Mr. Houlihan, and you know, if I find that if we were to do something like that, the proverbial slap on the wrist, just you're not getting it.
It wasn't from.
Stop.
Yes, sir.
Just
Take the probation.
it's up to you guys, whatever. But yeah, I don't think that that's.
I understand.
We've already had one that was dismissed. It's
Yes, sir.
okay, sir. Please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, Judge, next is page 6, Hunter.
Good morning, Mr. Hunter. You were charged with unlawful carrying of a weapon. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Officers were conducting a trespass investigation at a gas station in a high crime area where narcotics/gang activity frequently occurs. Officers observed the defendant's vehicle parked for approximately 30 minutes in front of a no loitering sign at the gas station. The officers approached the vehicle and observed a strong odor of marijuana. Officers then observed in plain view a handgun between the driver's seat and the center console.
All right, Mr. Hunter, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Do you have a valid Texas driver license?
No, sir.
You are not allowed to drive. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
If I find that you drive, I can have a contempt hearing. You can be facing an additional 6 months in jail and a $500 fine every time you drive. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Probation or parole at this time?
No, sir.
You are now working your 4th case within the last year, your 3rd gun case. Tell me, what do you do with yourself? Do you work?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I'm a family dollar.
Do you work full time? How much money do you make a month?
$1,500, $1,600.
I'm glad that you're working. I want you to continue working. Did you graduate from high school?
Yes, sir.
You did, great. Okay. Do you want to apply for an appointed lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No more dope. I'm going to test you. And if I find that you continue to smoke dope, it's not going to go well. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
I will test you 40 to 45 days from today. If you test positive, it's not going to go well between us. You stop now. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
There will be consequence because it's the 4th case, and I'm ordering you now not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs, and I'm going to test you like crazy. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put on an application. I'm going to have you come up here, swear to us that you're not going to drive. I'll get you to Stephen to fill out the application. We'll have you sign a receipt with Victoria, and then we'll have you hang tight.
Would there also be state bond conditions?
No, because I'm going to monitor him and make sure he's not using. So we'll just, everything will be good.
Next is page 10, Mumford.
Yes, ma'am. Did you say they found weed on him or no?
I don't think there's any.
Thank you, sweetheart. Well, Ty thanks you. He will.
What is your last name, sir?
Mumford.
30 minutes.
Thanks.
It's killing me. It's killing me.
Mr. Mumford, you're charged with terroristic threat.
Mumford.
You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
On October 4th, 2024, officers were dispatched to a call at a parking garage in Harris County, Texas. Officers made contact with complaining witness who stated that she and her coworkers, including the defendant, were working inside the parking garage. And the complainant messaged the defendant asking where he was located. And the defendant suddenly arrived at the 3rd level where she was located and began to yell and scream at her. And it stated he threatened to beat her ass.
Were they together at the same place?
They were on the same, so they both work at the parking garage, I believe, and they were both on the same level. Like it was in person, the threat was made in person.
Did you say she was in fear?
I don't see that in the Dunes, Judge, but let me really quickly the offense report. I don't see that alleged in the OR, Judge.
Mumford.
So the only thing the state would say, Judge, is our position is, I know it doesn't say that complainant said she was in fear for her life, but the charging instrument, it's not one of the elements we have to prove. We just have to prove that the defendant intended to place the complainant in fear of serious.
I don't know. Let's see. A person commits an offense if he threatens to commit any offense involving violence to any person or property with intent to place any person in fear of imminent serious bodily injury.
So, and Judge, just to remedy the issue, we checked the probable cause affidavit on the charging instrument. On the PC affidavit, it does say that she stated she was in fear for her life.
That's the only thing I want to know is she in fear? How do we know?
Yes, Judge.
Because a lot of people make these stupid ass threats all the time and, you know, it's just,
I understand.
tell me what it says. And does she say that she was in fear?
Let's see, oh, it does say that the defendant came to level 3 where she was located. He began to yell and scream at her, threatened to beat her ass. She stated that this scared her and made her in fear of serious imminent bodily injury.
And where is that?
This is in the charging instrument, the PC paragraph.
That's just the charge. But I get it. That's just because they put that in the charge. Nowhere in the OR does it say that she's in fear. Nowhere else does it say she's in fear. That's just because they always put that on every information with regard to this.
I understand, Judge. And
Yeah.
the only position we have is that it's not one of the elements the state has to prove.
I don't agree. I'm going to find no probable cause in your case. The only thing I'm going to tell you is be careful, you know, really. Words have meaning. Words can hurt, right? Pen is mightier than the sword. Words can hurt. Be careful, all right? Okay, take a seat, please.
All right, Judge, we have one Spanish arraignment, page 11, Perez, come on up.
You are Namus Perez Kajaks? Yes. Sir, you were charged with failure to stop and give information, leaving the scene of an accident without exchanging information. You are facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Officers were dispatched to a minor crash. Upon arrival, officers observed damaged vehicle that was no longer drivable. Complaining witness advised that a black vehicle disregarded the stop sign. Complaining witness advised the vehicle stopped briefly before driving away. A witness saw the crash and took a picture of the license plate. Officers ran the plate and found the defendant was the registered owner. Officers made contact with the defendant, and defendant agreed to meet officers at scene of crash. Defendant admitted to being involved in the accident. He advised that he is the owner and only driver of the vehicle. The defendant advised the officers that he did not see a lot of damage and saw that the complaining witness was uninjured, so he left. Estimate of damage is $1,000.
Mr. Perez, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. Tell me, are you a United States citizen?
No.
Are you in this country with or without permission?
Without permission.
What happens if you go to jail, Mr. Perez?
I don't know.
Are you in this country with or without permission?
Está en el país con o sin permiso. Without permission.
I want you to think, what happens if you go to jail?
Bueno, si voy a la cárcel, pues voy a cumplir con lo que diga el juez.
Well, if I go to jail, I'll comply with what judge says.
You're not in this country with permission. Immigration sweeps the jail on a daily basis, every 6 to 8 hours. If you go to jail and immigration finds you there, they will put a detainer on you and you will sit in jail until first this case is over with, and then you will be shipped off to immigration, or you will sit for another 6 to 9 months waiting for them to do whatever they're going to do. If you don't want that to happen, then do not violate the conditions I put on you now. Number 1, do not pick up a new case. Number 2, you do not have a Texas driver license, so you are not allowed to drive. I am having you sign a promise with me today. This is an affidavit that you're not going to drive, and I don't care what is going on in your life. I don't care if you need groceries. I don't care if someone has to go to the hospital. I don't care if Bambi gets run over and needs to go to the hospital. You get into a car and drive. You can be doing a substantial amount of time in jail. Do you understand? This is an affidavit you're signing, promising me that you're not going to drive. I'll have you first sign this. After that, I'm going to get you to Victoria. We will have you sign a reset. We're going to get you out of here. You need a lawyer. So we are going to give you time to go hire a lawyer. I'll have you sign the reset. And then after that, you'll be free to go. When you come back, please have a lawyer. Do not pick up any more criminal cases. Do you understand? Okay.
I've just checked. I'm waiting.
But is that going to be state's bond condition?
No, just an affidavit.
Marcos is attached.
Oh, that's right. I guess you want to just keep them until someone comes. Is that it? Stephen. Yeah, of course. Come on up. Hey, how are you?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Good, thanks. What's new?
David Thompson. I'm filling in for Eric Smith, who's out today. He just had surgery last Wednesday. This case is set for disposition. Eric's asking just to roll it one more time for a plea. I think he anticipated on being here, but just was not feeling well enough.
I'm okay. We'll give you a couple weeks. We'll let him know defendant's got to be here, and then you guys got to, I mean, it's 185 days now, so at the next time, it's clear trial. So
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
Go.
Good morning, Judge. You're via Toro Torres. I'm subbing into that case, Judge.
Is it in custody?
He's in custody, Judge.
Okay.
He's been
Ay,
previously.
yeah, caramba la bamba. 1,687. Did he get deported or something?
Yeah, he got deported. He came back.
Okay. Do you know if he has an iPhone?
He does have an iPhone. That's all.
Whatever you want.
Okay.
You know, if you want for a week, 2 weeks, 5 weeks.
Yeah, we'll get a short reset. Okay, thank you, Judge.
Hey, have fun. Brock. Oh, yeah.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. It wouldn't allow me. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So I'm here on Mr. Jairo Villegas.
Okay.
Mr. Villegas had a PTI offer from the state. I emailed them both certificates to show compliance with the terms of the PTI.
Who did you email to?
I think I emailed it to the prosecutor attached on the portal, and I CC'd Mr. Haddad.
I didn't. Who did you send it to?
Yeah, the prosecutor attached on the portal and Mr. Haddad.
Okay, Haddad. Yeah. So give me a second. Let me see if you got it, and then we're efforting for the dismissal.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll go back.
Yeah, bear with me.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Edmer?
Your Honor, Rochette received the certificates, but there's no contract on file, so she's gonna email counsel about that.
You hear that, Brock?
Your Honor, what was that?
They're going to email you a contract for you to sign, and I think that's the last thing because they don't have one.
Okay, I actually have the contract. I'm actually getting my office manager to upload it. It's already been executed.
Is that your own or is it theirs?
No, it's the one Mr. Haddad emailed to me.
Okay, so we just need that sent to us.
Yeah. So as soon as I get that, I will notify them, Your Honor. Because I do have the contract already and it's already executed. I just need to send it back to them.
I'm just reviewing what I have and I see a life skills class and I see a gun safety class. Do we have, counsel, did you send me the proof of him completing the hours of community service?
The service wasn't on the contract. It was just the thank you for a change class and the gun safety class only. That's what's on the contract.
Okay, maybe it was amended. Let me check.
Yeah, when Michael and I actually did the final contract,
Can you send it to me? Because it's not in the file.
yeah, I'll forward it to you now. Yeah, when we did the final contract, we removed the community service, but I'll forward it to you now.
Yeah, go ahead and forward it to me and I'll dismiss it, Judge.
All right.
I just need the contract.
All right. I'm sitting there right now, Your Honor.
Thanks, Brock. I need to know if we're expecting Ricardo today.
I didn't see the name.
Barahona has bond violations again. Oh, hey, I'm in La La Land.
I'm approaching on Jeremy Fisher. He,
In custody on bond.
he should be in custody, but I think they transferred him to US Marshal custody.
Really?
Yes, he has some felonies and he's on probation. He picked up this escape at UCW. And he told me last time that he had a federal case. And when I looked today, it shows that he was released to US Marshals.
Where did you see that?
If you look on, when I go to the district clerk site and I look at where they are located and look at their bonding issue, the bonding stuff.
And Your Honor, I see that as well. Release defendant to U.S. Marshal.
Hey, I guess
They're not ready to dismiss or do anything because he has open
he's
probation.
got like 15 cases open, man.
Yeah. So I guess you're gonna have to issue a warrant because
They're already in warrant status.
okay.
We had the bond. We should have warned a long time ago, actually. October is when we issued it. I want to say,
Yeah, we got him.
right?
And we got him and he was in custody and then he was released to the US Marshal.
So the feds picked him up. Maybe if something happens over there, then it'll swallow all these here. Hey, Runcie, he's.
And also, you should have gotten an email this morning on Stephen Sheldon. Do you want me to have him come in on the 3rd for this bond violation report? Because he has a court date for that.
No, he needs to come in now. I mean, are you able, do you have good communication with him?
I can get in contact with him, but I'm not sure if he can make it in today.
No.
Tomorrow? Okay, let me see if I can
But
get in touch.
I mean, he's doing whatever the hell he wants to do.
All
How
right,
is
let me
that
see if
fair
I
to
can get in touch
everybody?
with him and see. Because he called me this morning. I don't want to. Can we do it on Monday? Or Tuesday?
Monday.
Okay, Monday. That's what he said anyway.
Hey, Lori, if his shice is not loaded and good by Monday, tell him I'm gonna literally hit the roof because he's at no GPS, no cell now. And I've had it. They've literally called him over and over. So Shelby for Monday, right? Okay. I don't understand why we gotta like bend over backwards and people don't do shit. You know what I mean? What the flip? So you have an admonishment? Hey.
It's Kelsey.
All right, Kelsey, how are you? Thanks so much for coming.
Yes,
I spoke to Judge Brown about you this morning, and she had so many great things to say about you.
She's
So,
wonderful. We're having our Thanksgiving lunch today.
she said you like pulled a couple rabbits out in a couple trials where they just kind of, whoa. So that's great.
It's fun.
Yeah. Serious cases?
Felon possession of a weapon and an evading.
Okay. Nice.
And I had a pro se, but we resolved it. Very entertaining though.
Yeah, your mom's like, so great. So we'll see you, what, 2 weeks?
On Monday, I believe.
What? Monday starts December? What, is it December?
December 2nd, I believe. I know it's flying by.
I know, it's so fast. It's just crazy. Well, great. We're happy to have you.
Yeah,
You know,
excited.
we're pretty easygoing here. Just, work hard in and out and just have fun. Try to. So
What time do y'all like to start?
9.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, well, happy
So,
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we'll see you soon. You too. It's already in warrant status. No, ours are in warrant status. Look, they're at 30,000. Fish it. I don't know, but they're all in warrant status. I'm looking. Yeah, it's got to be a mistake. Maybe it's what? Hey, Fisher, you have in warrant status, right? Both of his cases? What? Which one? The fugitive? Yeah, because the feds picked them up. But our other 2 cases, they're in warrant status, right? It's the escape and the unlawful. Hey, I'm ready. Shatori, let's do it.
He brought his mom with him today. Since when he found out he had to go to court, he completed the gun safety course, but he still has to QT. His drug test has been negative.
Is Henley? Ferdinand Henley, come up. Are you mom? Come on up, mom. Thank you so much for coming. You were on probation and it's not going well. We're bringing you here now in an effort to reach out to you before we put you in jail because you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. And it's amazing how having you come here actually gets the spark to go, because I see that you've now completed the gun safety class. How many months is he overdue on that?
He's been on probation since February.
He's been on probation since February. Has he done anything?
No, this is the first thing he's done.
So do you want to go to jail? You're begging for it. What else does he have to do?
Thinking for a change.
Is that it?
Mhm.
Okay. Which thinking for a change are we doing?
It's a long.
It's the long one?
Mhm.
Okay. I now have to micromanage you because apparently you're unable to get things done on yourself. I'm now sending you for a drug test. I want to know and I want to make sure that you're clean. And I hope above all else that you are clean, because you are not to use any marijuana. You're not to use any alcohol, anything while you're on probation. Do you understand? What's been going on, Mom? Why is he not in compliance? He hasn't done anything since February. We're now in December, near December. You are in complete and utter violation of everything in this probation. And I'm sorry that we have to micromanage, because now it's on you to have to bring him up here, because now I'm not having him report to the region anymore. I can't trust you to do what you said you were going to do when you signed on this probation. Now you will report directly to me. And the next time you fail, guess what's going to happen? Right. Shitori, I'd like to send her for a drug test right now, and then what we're gonna do is I'm sending you for 2 weeks. You must be enrolled and have at least one class on the Thinking for a Change done. If you fail to do it, a warrant for your arrest will be issued. And I'm not promising anything now, but I'm sending you for a drug test and I'm hoping that you are negative.
Oh, crap.
Do you understand? Take a seat for me.
All right, I'll say it again. I've heard back from Steve. He has a reporter in the courtroom who is going to film the hearing on his iPhone. He's been given permission to do so. And so once the hearing is over, they will send that video recording to Steve. He doesn't know how long it's going to take, but he will be getting it. And he will notify us as well. And I'm on the Monroe County Sheriff's Office as well. I'm watching their site to see if his status changes. So we can do nothing more but wait.
Plan with you, ma'am, 2 weeks. He's got to be back with proof that he's enrolled in the Thinking for a Change. He's got at least to have one class done. Is it one time a week or how does it work? And it's like 3-4 months. How long is it?
12 weeks.
It's 12 weeks that you have to go one time a week. If you fail to go, things are just not going to go well. I'm doing this in an effort to try to help you with this, Mr. Henley. Do they have them online, Shitori? Online? Shh.
Yes, I'll give him a list of places he can go right now.
But it can be done online. There's absolutely no excuse. Okay. What about, did you graduate from high school?
That's not yet. It's still my senior.
You're in your senior year. That is a condition of his probation as well, that you graduate from high school. I'm not letting you go out of this until you graduate from high school. Do you understand? Okay. All right. So let's send him for a drug test now. We'll have him come back and
Radio.
Hunter? Misha? Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. For clarification, for the
So what we're gonna do, randoms, and then let's just do this. I want to send him for a drug test now, so we know what's in the system, and then we'll also test him again in 45 days. That's assuming he tests positive now. If he tests negative, then we'll just do randoms. But if he tests positive now, then we'll test again in 45 days. So we'll just do a blanket reset for 45 days from today. But I want to send him now. So, yes, ma'am.
Bond amount the same sufficient or you want basic?
Say it again?
Sufficient,
No, I guess just leave it.
so you want,
I just need to make sure it's in warrant status. So we
it's
can get
not
the
a
whole-
warrant status, that's why I'm asking you, like, do you want to get it to me?
Hey, you were right. It's not in warrant status, but I don't understand why the computer shows it.
So Lori said that the US Marshals picked them up, so maybe they took them. And because they got away.
Not all of us. I actually nursed quite a few victims of the Holocaust back when I was nursing. So yeah, I'm 12 years your junior. But yeah, the generation below me wouldn't even know what the Vietnam War was.
Yeah, just leave it at, it's at 30,000 now, right? Leave it at, yeah, leave it at.
And I know exactly what you mean, Cindy. My mum is Maltese, so everyone was family.
Is it ACOC? Yeah, on both. Yeah. Hi, Corey.
I was reading 16.2 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Are you aware of what, it seems like the court only has authority under that chapter to request or order a mental health evaluation when the defendant is in custody still within the first 48 hours?
1622?
Yes, sir.
Who are we talking about first off?
Client I had last Friday, Irvin.
You have a cause number?
I do. I can get it. It's 253-8654.
Simmons Irvin, I remember.
Yes.
You said 1622.
It's the early presentment for mental health evaluation.
You want, so you do or you don't?
I do think she should be evaluated, but not for like competency, but other, mental health issues. She was in custody for about 6 months last year, and that order was signed. And as far as the org sheet shows, there's no diagnoses, which is frankly kind of surprising.
Did they actually do it though?
I don't know. I mean, I guess I could try to request the records in the
Our
jail.
case was and see. Are you talking about the one upstairs or down here?
Down at
Because
upstairs.
she has a felony assault. Looks like it was perhaps pled down.
I think so.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't.
Is that an evaluation?
Was and or let me. Let's go.
I wish. My mum's been back. Mine was half mullet. You're a bit so.
No, so you give me your. You have a pen? Hey, Michael. Sorry to be you.
No, it's okay.
Are you up there? How do you look at the taste of it?
I got it.
So you're funny and put it again on you. Yes, I said mullet. You said mohawk. Correct. Yes, same as in a mohawk. Mohawk's a haircut as well. Haircut.
Take one more step back.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty much. You can tell me by how low my head gets to the microphone.
Can I give you the class number, Michael?
Yes, sure.
And then just let me know. Corey, would she be amenable to a T-Rex?
If you couldn't cook in my family, you were disowned.
Did you get it to him?
Yes, I have it up here.
So I guess just just let me know what you think and then we'll.
What?
Yes, sure.
Mr. Cope. How are you?
Amazing,
I'm sorry?
amazing, sir.
I hope. I really hope. You know, you've got a lot of stuff going on.
Have you heard something that we haven't heard, Christine? Or was that supposed to be a question? Have you got some news or not? No, I'm waiting. Mm-hmm. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Just.
Can you? He's out
How do you know that?
because, okay, this is someone said, it said,
Hang on. You need to get closer to your microphone. We can't hear you.
okay, I don't know if I can hear. Okay. Okay, it says Ty is out on time. More information to come. Unfortunately, it looks like Ty was forced to negotiate in the end to final put the 7 years the nightmare behind him. The
Where are
sadness,
you reading this
I'm
from?
sure the sadness him. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm confused. Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Only just. Where are you reading this from?
From Discord.
Who's Discord?
I'm Becca
Becca
Lynn.
Lynn.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I am so confused. Do you want me to screenshot it?
Yes, please. I can't see anything on Discord.
Are you on Discord?
Yeah.
I'm sending it to you. So I don't get this.
Which? What the? It's only half a picture.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, let me try to send it to you. So is he out?
I think so. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Ah. Just trying to. Hang on. Give me a second.
I don't get this.
Just give me a second. Sorry. Of course, I can't get it all in one goddamn page. Ah.
I am so confused. Let's see, I was not.
All right. Now I should be able to share it. Okay. No, Steve hasn't said anything. Hopefully I've saved it in the right format. If not, I will. Of course I didn't. All right, I will share. Can I share that? Yes. Present. Share screen. Window.
Do you want some?
Oh, thank you.
No, it won't fucking let me do that either. God damn it. Why can't I share that goddamn screen? Deal my head in. Fuck you, StreamYard. All right, I'm going to have to try and do it another way. Hang on. Only way I can do it. All right, so this is the first part of the message. Becca Lynn is a friend of Ty's. So she doesn't seem to think that was forced to negotiate in the end. And the second bit is the court minutes, which aren't even up on the thing yet. So at 4 o'clock today, Judge Morgan, Mansfield, Franklin Tucker, charged with robbery with deadly weapon, aggravated assault with deadly weapon, battery while masked, aggravated battery, deadly weapon while masked, tampering with evidence, blah, blah, blah. In jail, accepts plea, no objections, factual basis. I can't read that writing. Adjudication guilty? What the fuck does that mean? State prison, 910 days. Poor bastard. Credit for time served. Thank fuck for that. And then the last page is the bottom half of that. I couldn't even save that one page in one goddamn. So, state requests dismissal or vacate of indictment motion granted. Appeal rights advised of immigrant. Yeah. Judgment. I can't even read that. I cannot read it. $8,533 prisoner transport cost. Well,
So
I do believe
So what does that mean
that-
for Ty?
I believe that he is free. The curse word. Now let me try and get hold of bloody Steve because he's waiting on this. I've sent him an email, but he must have gone live. No. Stephen, where are you? You and Lisa. The hell's that beeping in my ear? What's that beeping noise?
Not me.
Why can't I get into his... There. What's going on with this computer now? I can't even get into his chat. What's going on? Okay, that stream's finished. That's why. So where are you?
I'm talking to you.
No, I'm looking for Steve.
Oh.
His live stream's finished.
So I don't get. So I know he's free, but what does this have to do with? I'm confused.
With what?
With, I mean, he didn't do anything, but the counts, like he pled guilty.
No, the ALFORD plea isn't a guilty plea, I don't think. It's a plea that says that you acknowledge that if taken to trial, you could potentially have enough information to convict me, but I'm not admitting to any guilt. That's what an ALFORD plea is.
Okay. So.
I can't find him. He's disappeared.
Do you have his? I could try to call him.
Have you got his mobile number?
I can try. Let me try.
I think that's an old burner phone, but he might answer it. No, no one's televising it. No one. No. It was going to be for time served, and he was going to walk. But let me get back on the Monroe County, see if there's any updates on there. Because I don't know where the hell she got those minutes from. Oh, okay, they've just been uploaded.
Hey Steve, can you give me a call back at 201-312-3688?
Put your mobile on the.
I just have him a message. It's on mobile.
Yeah, you just read your mobile number out onto the internet.
Oh, that's not good, right?
No. All right, so this is.
So I don't. Okay, so do you want me to just text him to call you?
I've emailed him, doll. I've emailed him. It's okay. All right, so this is the Monroe County Clerk's office. And this wasn't up before when I was refreshing the page, obviously, but this is the documentation of the court minutes from today, which is the 3 pictures I had to take photos of. So it looks like he has $865 of court costs. And that $8,533 transport fee was what it actually cost them to get him back to Florida from the airport. He had bought his ticket to Key West, to Florida, to get down there, and then they arrested him at the airport. So they wasted that $8,500 of taxpayers' money tickets. So negotiated plea. Plea nolo? No contest. Okay. Well, thank fuck for that is all I can say. Motion to return property granted. So it bloody should be. They've got his laptop, his phone, everything. Hey, Elizabeth. I do believe that he is free. From what I can see, and Steve hasn't gotten back to me. See if I can find him again.
But I think that he still needs to be processed to go back home. I mean, go back to the jail and to get his stuff back. It seems like
Yeah, no doubt. I don't know how that all works, but yeah. He will be breathing the sweet, fresh air of freedom. Amen. Hallelujah, brother. No, he's not there. All right, he's just put a premiere up. Steve. Hang on. Steve. Okay.
No, I canceled it for today. Okay.
Come on. Come on. I don't like, I mean, I'm really, 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 really excited. He's got the email. What? Peekaboo. But I'm kind of sad he's not here to share it, because he's he's as excited as I am.
Who, Steve?
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, I was hoping that he would be here to share this.
I know. I mean, I can.
Like, he's got the link, he's got the emails, I've messaged him in chat. I can't do anymore. He's probably he's probably on the phone to the reporter getting the video, knowing him. He's probably downloading it.
Probably. But I still hate Morgan.
Oh yeah. I hate them all. They're all assholes.
Yeah.
Let me get back on. Monroe County and see if there's anything on there. That they've changed his status or something, maybe. How do I get out? Get out. Now I've lost it. I can't do anything when I'm tired. All right, so technically, his status should have changed.
Is here, do you want me to hold on?
No, nothing else has changed. So that's the hearing that was scheduled at 4 p.m. today. And that's the minutes that I just showed you. These basically show you that there's a document attached to it. But nothing else has been updated. There. Okay. Check my yeah, I don't know where he is. I'll just have to wait, I suppose. There's not much else I can do.
I'm
It's a pain in the ass being overseas because I can't just pick up the phone and ring him.
do you want me to try to keep calling him and tell him to come
No,
online
no.
with us?
No. He knows that the hearing was on at 4, and so he's probably on the phone to his contact in Florida, in Key West. So when he's free, he will reach out, no doubt. He's a bugger for returning emails, though. And I had to laugh, like we did the podcast on the weekend, and he's so hard to get hold of. He
Yeah.
doesn't answer any of your emails. He's shocking. So he jumps on 5 minutes before the podcast starts. And everything is done unscripted. Like, it's totally it's never rehearsed, mind you. As soon as he gets on, he starts talking about the case, and I'm like, Steve, we can do this live. We're 20 minutes late. You can repeat this in a minute. Maybe. I don't know. But I do think, yeah, I think that's what he's doing. Yes, I've been on since 3. I've been holding out to hear what's happening.
I wonder where. I think when he's getting out. I think he's probably gonna go to probably Miami, Florida, or something like that, because his brother's supposed to pick him up. His family member is in
South Carolina.
Chile, like away, but I'm like, he's not coming. I think the family member's not coming home until Saturday. He's someone. I think. I think that like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's why I think, because his family member is someplace away, but he won't. He's not coming back into Saudi. He said. I mean, yes, yeah, back.
No.
So like he can pick him, like pick him up someplace, I mean, that's why he, so.
I thought he was going to go to South Carolina.
I think they're going together. I think, pretty sure he will be. I think he, yeah, yeah. He was going to have. I think he was going to have. Someone's going to pick him up. Was going to pick him up, and we, like if it was today, he was going to. Someone's going to try to pick him up today, I guess, or something. But I think his family member is coming back on Saturday to, one of the family members is away.
Does
Because I
anyone
think
know
that that's what
the local Florida news station? What the name of it is? Is it? That's Cincinnati, Louisville. Where's that? Don't know where that is. Never heard of that. Florida's top source. Live. Oh, now I find Laurie Shaver. Nope, nothing there.
Because I think he talked to his brother the last time he was talking to him. The last time I talked to Ty and he was talking. Oh, that's the one. That's the one I told him about the care package. It was from the two of us. So
Did he get it?
Yeah, he did get it. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. Because him and his, me and it was you and me and his brother sent a care package to him. To him. So that's when Ty said, "Thank you very much." He said, "Thank you very much." Plus, he said last time he talked to his brother, he was going to pick him up and take him back to South Carolina, but he said his brother is away until Saturday. That's what he told me when I told him. I told him he got the package from him, from me, from us. So that was the last time he told me when I was talking to Ty on mobile. On the
WPBF. I think I might have that one. I've got lots of W's. I've got oh dear. WESH, WJCL, WJTV, WLKY, WLWT, WMUR, WPLG. Means nothing to me. I've all got everything but that one.
What did I miss? Wait a minute. What happened to my thing? Just
WPBF 25. Actually, I'm on the I'm on
go back to the to the mic. I just tried to talk.
subscribe.
But what mic?
No,
You have it open there.
All right, let's see what
To
they've
her?
got to
Yeah.
say.
That's why when you're on this, don't do anything else because
Oh, okay. That's not it. Hello, Boston Rob. Nope. No, there's nothing. Nothing. It's nowhere. It's ridiculous. Come on, Steve. Uh, all right, it's not on there. I know. You would think if it was Karen Reid, it friggin' would be. Come on, peoples, let's do some digging, some investigative journalism. Let's get into it. Let me. It has to be somewhere. Franklin Tyrone Tucker interviews. What's that for? Oh, I think that's his. Oh, True Crime Circus spoke to Ty as well. Oh, look, there's me. There's us. Right there. We're famous. We're on YouTube. Anyone else want to jump up on screen? Have a chat? Anyone? I think was in chat. I can share it again. Anyone wants to come on up? No, you didn't have the wrong station. They just weren't televising. Oh, thank you, Wendy. Thank you. New subscriber. Yay! I cannot find anything. Except for this amazing channel right here, that one there in the middle. I think it's called The Defense Rests. Yeah, that's right. Yep. They're live at the moment, apparently. So if you search Franklin Tucker on YouTube, we are third on the list. Yeah. That's us. We up there. We in the algorithm. Oh, this is ridiculous. How can you disappear? It's the interwebs. Oh, we lost Christine. Where did she go? Well, I emailed RA last week and I filled him in on what was happening. And he mentioned it. He had some internet issues. A truck ran into the pole outside of his house that carries his internet cable. So he was on his mobile phone. He didn't have internet, so he couldn't do a proper stream. Let me just embiggen myself a bit so you can see. So whilst he was on his mobile, he was telling everyone what was coming up, and he did mention that there was an update with Ty, but he never actually. He went to the Thurston County courthouse stream and streamed that. Oh yeah. Oh, excuse me. I know because I watched it. You would think Vinny would have picked it up, or yes, last night live with the new poll being, yeah. Yep. Don't know what's going on. You see, this is a premiere, so he's set that to go. Like that's something that he presets, and it just runs automatically. Because he's not in chat, and he's not. So he's doing something other than what he should be doing right here with us. Oh, okay. So he's just sent me an email. As you may or may not have heard, the hearing went off early. Ty pled no contest to robbery. Got 910 days time served to be released imminently. We'll be getting a full update on things later this evening. Video of hearing will be sent to me later this evening. Right now, we are doing Thanksgiving as my wife works on Thanksgiving Day. So once I get the video and more information, I will figure out a live plan. I attached the full minutes. Well, he obviously didn't read my message because I sent him them. All right. Well, that's fair enough. He's doing Thanksgiving. See, I told you. You couldn't just disappear. Oh, shite. All right. Well, I was hoping to have a massive celebratory stream now, but I'm absolutely wrecked, exhausted. I am. Don't start. I do need to go to sleep. Yes. So once I get my grubby little paws on the video, well, hopefully he'll email me and we'll do another live update because it'd be nice to see. I'd like to actually see him walk out of the courtroom. That would be great. That would make my night, day, week. And I'm sure it's made his, he must be just a massive sigh of relief. Just, can you imagine the weight of 7.5 years he's been kept incarcerated for a crime he never committed. Yep. So there is a special place for those people that that in a combined effort set this in motion. And karma has a big, long memory. You mark my words. All right, my darlings. Thank you so much for sticking with me. Sorry, I spent half the time looking from one screen to the next, trying to find different feeds and updates and refreshing things in the background. And yeah, sorry, I wasn't the hostess with the mostess, but we got there in the end. And there's still a couple of logos and stuff, and I've got to put onto the merch. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Onto the merch site. I have put a couple more on there, so check them out. As I said, everything that is sold between now and then at the end of the year, I will donate all of the profits, and I will be posting all of the, well, you can obviously see the site. I will bring that up as a screen share, show you exactly how much there is, and I will be showing you all of the receipts and transfers and documentation when I get it. All right. Thank you so much for being here. It is fantastic news. It is amazing news. And he'll be home in time for Thanksgiving, which is just, you know what? I'm going to say it. Fucking awesome. There you have it. There is no other words for it. Thanks for jumping by, Elizabeth. That's awesome to see you again. You guys did have a good chat, didn't you? I think you made some good friends. It's good. You're very welcome, Anna. Very, very welcome. Thank you very, very much. You're all amazing. Yay. And keep your notification settings on, because yeah, you watch. Steve will email me in a couple of hours. Oh, he's having Thanksgiving. What time is it over there? 5 o'clock. So yeah, I wouldn't expect to hear from him until maybe at the earliest 10 o'clock tonight. So which will be 2 o'clock in the morning. Yay. I'll try and get some sleep between now and then. All right, set them to on, and I sigh for Ty. Good on you, mate. Good shit. Good shit. I hope you sleep in a comfy, clean, warm bed tonight and have a good meal and no fucking fireballs. You hear? All right, my loves. Mwah. Hasta la vista. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests.